Welcome to one of the biggest English grammar videos on YouTube. We're looking at all of the grammar points here and all of the grammar points here too. There's over 5 hours of English grammar lessons and over 500 English grammar points explained. It's like a grammar book, but on video. So if you like learning grammar but don't like reading books, this is perfect for you. And if you want to get quickly between the sections, go to the timestamps that you can see on the screen here now. Let's start our mammoth English grammar lesson with articles. Articles belong to a group of words known as determiners. Determiners tell us which, how many, or whom to do with a noun. Now, articles have some of the most complex rules for all of determiners. So let's look at them in detail. We'll start with the basic rules and then go on to the advanced ones. Let's first introduce what articles are. I bought a phone. I bought an alarm clock. The phone is black. Phones are half price on Black Friday. The articles here are a, un, and the. First of all, let's look at a and an, or sometimes just pronounce and un. We use a or un before a noun when it is one singular noun of many. Here we're talking about a phone. But there are lots of phones in the world. Here we just mean one phone out of the many phones that exist. The same with the alarm clock. There are lots of alarm clocks in the world. We're just talking about one of them out of many. We're not focusing on a specific example of the noun though. When we talk about the phone, we mean this one, but we're not saying that it's different from other phones. Here's one example of a phone, but I could also have introduced another example of a similar phone. We're not being specific by saying iPhone or Samsung phone. We're just talking about phones in general here. It's also the first time that we've mentioned it. When you mention a noun for the first time and it covers all of the rules that are just listed above, then use a or un in most situations when it's a singular noun. And also it's important that you can count it. We can count phones, one phone, two phones, three phones, one alarm clock, two alarm clocks, three alarm clocks. But there are some words we can't count, like water. Here we can count it, so we use a or un. So what's the difference between a and un? Well, a goes before words starting with a consonant sound, but un goes before words starting with a vowel sound. So a phone, P, is a consonant and the F sound is a consonant sound. Alarm clock starts with the vowel sound, a. And it's important to note it's the sound that matters, not the actual vowel or consonant letter. If it's a vowel sound, then we say un before it. If it's a consonant sound, we say a before it, because there are some situations where a consonant or a vowel letter actually corresponds to the opposite in terms of the sound. Now let's move on to the. The phone is black. How is this different to a or un? First of all, whenever we use the, we are making the noun unique in some way. So here we're not just referring to any phone, we're referring to a phone in particular which is black. As we can see on the screen, it's black. So there's something that describes it in a unique way compared to other phones. The phone is black, not another colour. We're focusing on a specific example of the noun here. So here we really do just mean one particular phone. When you use the, we're talking about one phone and we know which phone it is. When we talk about a phone, we are saying it could be any phone. We're not being specific to just one individual item that exists in the world. And also, if you've mentioned it before in the same context, we usually switch from a to the. Let's put the two sentences with phone together. I bought a phone. The phone is black. I bought a phone. That's the first mention of the noun. The phone is black is the second mention. So having introduced the phone with a, I now become more specific by adding the in front of the noun. Note that when we use the noun could be countable or uncountable. So phone, as we saw, is countable, but water, which is uncountable, could also have the in front of it if the other rules are applicable to that particular noun that you can see on the screen here. Finally, the basic uses for the last example, where there is no article at all. Phones are half price on Black Friday. This is sometimes called the zero article because we don't use a, an, or the here in front of the noun. So why did we not use a, an, or the here? It's because of one or more of these features. Use no article before a noun when it is one plural noun of many. So there are many phones in the world, and some of them are half price on Black Friday. So we're not referring to just one phone here. It's not only one phone that's half price on Black Friday. There will be many phones that are half price on Black Friday. So here phones means more than one. It's a plural noun. Just with a and an, we're not focusing on a specific example of the noun. This plural noun could represent any number of phones out of all the phones that exist in the world. And again, with a and an, usually this is the first time you've mentioned it. Phones are half price on Black Friday. If I then went on to talk about the same phones a bit more, I could then say the phones can be bought on this particular store, online store perhaps. Now it's a little bit different to because with phones, when there is zero article, if we have a list of features to do with a phone or phones in plural, then we could potentially keep using the plural noun again and again and with no article, where we're simply introducing more information about that noun each time. So phones are half price on Black Friday. Phones are useful for keeping up with news in the world. Phones are owned by the majority of adults in the world. So I'm listing different bits of information to do with the phones. If I do that, then I can keep saying phones without the article because I'm simply listing more general information about them. And when you use zero article, this can go with nouns that cannot be counted. So for example, water would have zero article. We wouldn't use a or an in front of water because it's an uncountable noun. Now let's go on to the advanced uses of articles then. First of all, let's go back to what we call the indefinite article, which is a or an. Look through these sentences first. I bought a phone. It was a black phone. A range of phones are on sale. A phone is useful for watching videos. These sentences reveal more about why we use a or an. A or an, first of all, can be used after copular verbs when mentioned for a second time. Look at the first two sentences. I bought a phone. It was a black phone. I've used a twice here, with the first mention and the second mention. Why did I not then use the for the second mention? Well, it's because of the structure that came before. It was. It was introduces a complement to the subject. So the black phone here describes it, the subject. Nothing happens to the phone's simply describing something. Was comes from the verb to be, which is a copular verb. Verbs that are used to link descriptive information afterwards to the subject before. And in this case, we can still use a with the second mention of the same noun. Next, before a group noun, if all the other rules for using a or an are fulfilled. So a range of phones. This is a group noun. Here, it's not just one phone, it's many phones, but the word range turns it into a group. It collects it together as one. A range. How many ranges? One range. So a range makes it singular, but in reality, it's still many phones. So in this structure, a or an can be used. And then finally, a phone is useful for watching videos. Well, here we're introducing an example to represent all types of that noun. What I really mean is every single phone could do this. But a phone here is an example of all of them. A phone is useful for watching videos. This phone, but then also another phone. And another phone. They're all useful for watching videos. So if we mean an example that represents all types of the noun, we can still use a or an. Now on to the. Let's look at the sentences first and then let's explore them. The range of phones in the shop was more expensive than the range of phones online. The latest phone has new features. Why did we use the in these sentences? Well, first of all, again, we have a group noun. The range of phones. So here we could have used a range of phones, but we have a slightly different meaning if we say the range of phones. Here we have to go back to the rules for a, an, and the. With a and an, we're being general. It could be any group of phones. But with the, remember, we're being specific to a particular group of phones. So when we say the range, we mean only this range, not all of them. So the can be used before a group noun just as a is used. But again, if other rules for using the are fulfilled. Also, when specifying a noun to make it unique. The latest phone. So here we're not just talking about any phones, we're focusing on something unique about it, the latest one. The always draws us to a sense of one. We're looking at one thing. We're looking at one group. So the latest phone now limits the phones. We're only talking about a specific phone. We have specified it to make it unique in some way. And then with superlatives. So latest is an example of a superlative. Superlatives are adjectives that tell us the highest or lowest, most or least, the number one or the one in last place. Here, the latest comes from the word late, although latest is slightly different because latest actually means the last one to happen before now. So in other words, the newest, because the last thing that happened before now is the newest thing. So the latest phone, in other words, the newest phone, it's a superlative meaning the number one in terms of which one came last before this moment. And now let's look at some advanced uses of the zero conditional. Read these sentences with me first. Connectivity is vital in the 21st century. Phones enable people to connect with each other across the globe. So here we have no article at all. No a, no an, no the. But why did we do this? Well, first of all, no article can be used with topic nouns in a general sense. So here connectivity is a topic noun. It's the subject of being connected. Connectivity refers to a number of issues to do with being able to get on the internet or being able to get a connection that gives you data through transmission from satellites, phones, mobile signals, anything to do with connectivity, anything that helps you to be connected. So this is a topic noun. And even though we don't use it in the plural, it doesn't have an S afterwards, we still use zero article because it's a topic noun. Then next with abstract nouns that are not usually counted. So connectivity would also count as an abstract noun. It's not something that we can sense. We can't see it, we can't hear it, we can't touch it, we can't feel it, we can't taste it or smell it. It's not something we can sense, it's an idea in our minds. So usually if an abstract noun cannot be counted, then use zero article. If we're saying what a plural noun is usually like, then we would also use zero article. So phones enable people to connect with each other across the globe. Here we're talking about phones in general and what phones are usually like. What do they usually do? It's similar to using a or an followed by a noun as an example of many, but here we're doing something slightly different and we're saying that it's what the phone is usually like. This is what the phone usually does. There are a number of special article rules, and this is often where most confusion comes up. I'm going to go through some of them here. First of all, look at the maps at the bottom. You've got the United Kingdom and you've got France. But notice I say the United Kingdom, but I don't say the France. I just say France. Why? We use the with countries which are real words or plurals or island groups. So United Kingdom is made up of two words which you would find in the dictionary. They're real words. United is a real word that means together, and kingdom refers to an area where one person is in control, perhaps a king or a queen. France, however, doesn't mean anything at all. It's just the country name. So we use no article here. Next, look at this river here. With rivers, we say the before them. The River Amazon, the River Thames, the River Mississippi, or just the Mississippi. However, with lakes or waterfalls, we don't use an article. So it's Lake Victoria or Niagara Falls. We don't tend to use the in these situations. What about mountains? Well, mountains can be described as a range, such as the Himalayas, or it could be described as an individual mountain, such as Mount Everest. Notice the difference here. The Himalayas, we have article followed by the mountain range, but Mount Everest has no article at all. With mountain ranges, deserts and forests, we use the article. So the Himalayas, the Sahara, the Amazon rainforest. But with individual mountains, we don't use the article. What about words that describe directions on a compass? North, south, east, or west. Compare these two examples. I live in the north. I live in South London. Now, you could have said, I live in the south of London. Notice there's a difference here. We said the north, but just South London. Let's go through it. So what about the? When we have north, south, east and west on their own, in other words, they are nouns meaning that area, then we use the article, the north, the south, the east, the west, or the southeast, the southwest, the northeast, the northwest. Combinations will also have the. Here, the words go on their own and they mean a specific place that's normally known to be north of somewhere else or south of somewhere else. But when describing another noun, we don't use the article. So we don't say the South London, we say South London. Here, south is describing London. It's describing another noun. Now, there's two ways to do this. You could say South London, I live in South London, or you could have said I live in the south of London. So here we have the and of as the combination. Did you go to the shops? did you attend school? Why did we say the shops and not the school? Well, here the rules are rather complex. Most nouns for places take the shops, the museum, the palace, the park. But some common places drop the. Did you go to church? Did you go to school? Did you go home? These ones don't have the unless you are deliberately specifying one and not another. Now it gets a bit complicated here because you could, when you say, did you attend school, you could mean one school in particular. But in general conversation, when we say, did you attend school, we may be thinking of one in particular, but we also mean just the concept of going to school in general. And if it's the concept of going to school in general, it doesn't matter if we know that it's only one particular school that you go to. We still don't use the article. However, there are some reasons why you would want to specify a place and use the. If I said, did you go to the church? When I say that, you mean one church and not another church. So when we try to distinguish between different nouns of that type, then we would use the. But if it's seen as being a general practice, which is routine, where maybe it only refers to one particular place in general, in principle, it can still be without the article because we're referring to the concept of going to a particular place, even if it's the same place every time. And finally, transport. I'm taking the train, I'm travelling by train. Now, why the train, but by train? Well, this is an exception in English. With common transport types, it's usually the done thing to use the before the transport type. But when you use by, don't use the article. I'm travelling by train, I'm travelling by bus. So by makes the difference here. If we use by, drop the article. And there are a range of detailed lessons on articles on my course Advanced English Grammar for C1 or C2 students. I've developed this course specifically for advanced English students who have a higher level, perhaps IELTS 7, IELTS 8, but you want to progress even higher. Article use is one of the ways to improve your level of English once you are at the higher levels, because getting them right will make a fantastic impression on the people who are either reading your work or listening to you. So there's lots more on that course on articles, lessons, exercises and free PDFs covering some of the things I've mentioned here and more. First of all, the basic uses of demonstratives. Have a look at these two pictures. What do they make you think of? They might make you think of this. Look at the painting. This is an example of excellent art. Here are some precious stones. These are highly valuable. And this introduces two of the most common demonstratives, this and these. And together with that and those, these words are the most common demonstratives in English. This, that, these and those. And this lesson is going to focus on those words, looking at the basic uses and then going on to the more advanced ones. First of all, this, that, these and those point to other things or other people. Look at the first sentence. Look at the painting. This is an example of excellent art. This is pointing to the painting. We've already mentioned the painting, and now saying this, what I mean is the same noun that I mentioned before, the painting. So this in effect is replacing the painting. It avoids repetition and it helps join your speaking or your writing together for the listener or reader. Here are some precious stones. These are highly valuable. What do we mean by these? We mean precious stones. It's pointing back to the noun from before. What's the difference between them? Well, let's go on to these pictures here to investigate. First of all, look at this street in a town. And then on the right, you've got a winter scene of a village. On the left, you're in the town. You're on the road. On the right, you're looking at the village from a long way away. So, what we say changes like this. For the town where you're near, where you're in, we say, this is a lovely town. But the town which is far away that you're looking at from the outside, that's a lovely town. Now, why is that? It's because this refers to things that are near. That refers to things that are far. And this and that both refer to singular nouns. So in this example, town was a singular noun. These and those do the same thing, but for plurals. These is plural and near. So I could have said, these are lovely houses because they're near me. They're right in front of me. But if I'm on a mountain looking at a range of villages in the distance, I could have said, those are lovely villages. So it's plural and far. Now on to the advanced uses though. What do you think of the house? I like this. What did you think of the party last week? That was a great evening. What's the difference between the two? This and these can refer to situations and experiences that are near in time. So what do you think of the house? I like this. I'm saying it about an experience I'm having now. I like this moment. I like the house and I'm in it now. I like the house and I'm standing in it. I'm really near to it. But that was a great evening. Well, notice was is a past tense verb. We're referring to something last week. So there's a distance, there's a gap in time between our situation now and when it happened. So to refer to that, use that because it's far away in time. That and those can refer to situations and experiences that are far in time. Have you ever been to this place? Or has anyone ever asked you about it? If someone asked you, would you like to go on holiday to Antarctica? Would you reply like this? That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. But why did we use that in this case? It could have been referring to a question that was asked instantly. So where's the distance in time here? Well, something else is going on here. Here we're being more hypothetical. And if we are referring to a situation using that, then we're being hypothetical. And we're more likely to use that or those to speak hypothetically than when using this or these. It's that idea of distance. When you're hypothetical, you're putting distance between reality and yourself. Reality and yourself are apart here because you're speaking in an unreal way. That and those are more natural to go with a response in such situations. Have you ever seen one of these? This is an eclipse when the sun goes behind the moon. Also, in America, every 4 years they have an election. Consider these two sentences here. An eclipse happened in England in 1999. That was the last time an eclipse happened in England. In formal writing, this and that can refer to information from the previous sentence. But the difference is in the sense of being near or far. With the first example, an eclipse happened in England in 1999. That was the last time an eclipse happened in England. There's a sense of there being some distance here in terms of time. We're looking back from now to 1999. There's distance in time, so use that. But in the second example, Donald Trump won the US election. Well, as I write this video, the election has just happened. So I feel that in time, this is fairly close. It's only a few weeks ago from the time of recording this video. So I've used this is the 47th time a president has been elected in the US. Now, if you're watching this video in 5 years from now, you might need to change it to that. And that was, because you want to give that sense of being far. How do you choose then between a sense of being near and a sense of being far? Well, there's no perfect way of deciding. You have to decide for yourself. Basically, if you're in something, or if you're close to it, or if you're within the time that something's going on, you're likely to use this. If you're further outside of the time, you're likely to use that, but you have to choose. Some other uses of these words that are worth mentioning before we finish. Those who help poor people should be given an award. And there's a picture of a medal in yellow above. But those who here means the people who. The people who help poor people should be given an award. Those is a general word referring to everyone who is defined by what comes after who. And have you ever been in a situation where you couldn't decide whether to go left or right? Maybe a friend comes along and tells you, I am certain that we need to take the left path. And you respond, if you feel that sure, let's go that way. Now, there's 3 uses of that here, but I'm only going to focus on the one in bold here. If you feel that sure. Here, that means to a great extent. That here really means a lot. You could do it with this and you could do it with that. If you feel sure to a great extent, let's go that way. So that's another way that we can use this and that. Now, there's other instances of that come up in these sentences. There's more to say about that when it's not a demonstrative. And we'll particularly look at that later in this video when we describe sentences, advanced English sentences. When we come to the section on advanced English sentences, then we'll go to other uses of that, because it's a very versatile word in English. Now let's look at common quantifiers. There are lots of quantifiers in English. We're just going to look at 4 of the most common ones here. Some, any, much and many. Again, we'll start with the basic uses and then look at some more advanced rules to do with these words. First of all, the basic uses for some and any. Have you ever gone out at night time and seen a sky like this? If you have, you might say the following. I can see some stars. You might turn to someone else and say, can you see any stars? Now, perhaps their eyesight is not as good as yours, so they say, no, I can't see any stars. I'm not wearing my glasses. Here we've introduced some and any. Can you see the difference? Some and any both mean an unspecified amount. How many stars? We're not sure. Some. Definitely more than one. Less than all of them. Somewhere in between. The same for any. And notice that some here is used with positive sentences. I can see some stars. Sometimes we'll call this affirmative sentences. And any is used with negatives. No, I can't see any stars. Or questions. Can you see any stars? Now the basic uses of much and many. Did you get much food? I didn't get many beans. Much and many mean a large amount. So when I say, did you get much food, I mean a large amount of food. When I say many beans, I mean a large amount of beans, but here I didn't get a large amount of beans. The main difference between much and many is much is used with uncountable words. So food, we cannot count food. We don't say 1 food, 2 food, 3 food. We'd have to use meals instead. 1 meal, 2 meals, 3 meals. But beans is countable. So beans here means more than 1 bean. But what about in these situations? Have you brought any food with you? No, I haven't got much. Have you brought any coins with you? No, I haven't got many. Notice here that much and many don't describe another noun. They're used on their own without the noun. The full form would have been no, I haven't got much food. No, I haven't got many coins. But we just say I haven't got much, I haven't got many. Much and many can be used without the noun they describe if it is clear from context. Now on to the advanced uses of quantifiers, some, any, much and many. Let's go back to some and any first of all. Look at the picture here. You can see some sauces. Imagine you go to a restaurant and someone says, would you like some sauces with your meal? Now, you expected more choices than this, so you say quietly to the person you're sitting next to, there are hardly any choices. Now, did you notice that some and any here break the rules we mentioned earlier on? Some, we said, goes with affirmative sentences. Any, we said, goes with questions or negatives. So why the switch here? It's for this reason. Some, first of all, usually represents a positive meaning. Therefore, if asked in a positive way, for example, if you're expecting yes as the answer, some can be used in a question. So here some paints the options positively. Now, why that use some instead of any? It's because any gives the opposite impression. Any usually represents a lack of something. So if I'd said, would you like any sauces with your meal? Any points to a small amount, a limited amount. Any tends to limit. Some tends to paint it more positively. But what it also means is that any can be used in affirmative clauses when you're trying to get the meaning across, not many. So there are hardly any choices. There's a small amount of choices. We can only do this with negative words though, so we need words such as hardly or rarely or never in front of any in order to do it. Now on to another advanced use. Look at all these cars on the road. Lots of cars and busy cities normally lead to the picture below, which shows pollution. Perhaps someone would say this: there are too many cars on the road. There is so much pollution in this city. Here we use many and much in affirmative clauses, positive statements, not a question or a negative. But we've got to and such in front of them. In affirmative sentences, much and many often come after to, so, as, and how. And in fact, much is not used very often in an affirmative sentence unless we do this. There are some exceptions. I'll cover one in a moment. But in general, we would tend to use another word in front of it before we did. Now, many is much more common in affirmative statements than much. We can use many more widely in an affirmative sentence. So let's look at this in a bit more detail. I can see many cars. This is quite normal to say. But I can see much pollution doesn't sound natural. We would prefer to say something else. So many is much more common in affirmative statements than much, But a lot of is preferred to much in such context. So instead of saying I can see much pollution, we're more likely to say I can see a lot of pollution. Let's look at another advanced use of these words, and let's focus on the word much here. Now here we have used much in an affirmative sentence. Much has been written about the research into various viruses. Now this kind of writing is slightly different. Much can be a subject on its own, meaning a great amount. So much has been written about the research into various viruses. This is the kind of writing we're likely to see in formal writing, so reports, business, academic writing, professional writing, not so common in spoken English. And notice there's a passive clause. Much has been written, and we have this invisible by someone here, about the research into various viruses. Much does this a lot, many doesn't do this in quite the same way. First, adverb position. There are three main positions for adverbs. There's the front position before the subject. For example, quickly, they ran to get out of the rain. Quickly is the adverb. Or there is the mid position, where it comes between the subject and the verb. They quickly ran to get out of the rain. Or the end position, where it comes after everything. Because it was raining, they ran quickly. For the mid position, sometimes you have an auxiliary verb, and the adverb comes after that auxiliary verb. For example, they have probably been running to get out of the rain. So it comes after the auxiliary, but before the main verb. However, with the verb to be, the adverb has to come afterwards. For example, they were completely wet by the time they arrived. Now, informally, it is possible for an adverb to go before to be if you are trying to emphasize the verb in particular. They really were trying to avoid the rain. So here really is the adverb, and it's intensifying were. It's making were more prominent. So putting the adverb in that position can make to be more prominent, but it's an informal use. Here are some things to be careful about, though. Adverbs usually can't go between the verb and the object. In the sentence here, they left quickly the house. Quickly cannot go in that position because it's between the verb left and the object, which is the house. Adverbs don't usually belong here. Also, they don't usually go between two verbs that are next to each other. So they started quickly running from the house. Well, here we have two verbs, started and running. We can't put quickly in the middle of those. So although adverbs have very flexible positions, there are some rules where you can't place them. Adverbs of degree. Here are some basic adverbs of degree. Slightly, mostly, very, completely, extremely, enough, or almost. They all tell us something about the amount or the intensity of words coming afterwards. But we can have some advanced alternatives too. So slightly could also be marginally. Marginally means close to something, but not far away from. Instead of mostly, predominantly. Predominantly means, similarly to mostly, it means a lot of what there is, or it takes the position which is most prominent. Very can become truly. It's not often used, but if you're looking for a formal alternative to very, it can be used in a similar way. Completely can be entirely. Extremely can be replaced sometimes with immensely. Immensely emphasizes the great amount of something. Enough could be replaced with sufficiently in some contexts. Sufficiently means a certain amount has been achieved. And almost sometimes can be replaced with virtually, particularly if you're talking about a number that's nearly up to a certain amount but not quite. We're almost there. We're virtually there. Let's look at some of the rules associated with adverbs of degree then. So as we mentioned, they tell how much an adjective, adverb or verb is. So these two examples, it was too hot to go outside. We almost ran out of gas. So too and almost are the adverbs, and they go in the mid position after the verb to be, but immediately before the verb otherwise. However, with particular words, there are some rules to be aware of. Firstly, with just. Just comes either in the mid position or it can come after the subject. Here's a bus at a bus stop picking up some people. And if you're looking at this scene, you could say the following. I've just seen the people at the bus stop. Just 2 people were left at the bus stop. In the first example, we have the mid position between the auxiliary have and the main verb seen. And in the second example, just comes before the subject 2 people. Let's go on to the word to, which is T-O-O. This comes before a determiner or an adjective. So the lady here looks like she's worried about something. So a friend maybe came to her and said, relax, you worry too much. The lady in response says, I didn't finish the book. I heard that the ending was too upsetting. So to would normally go in that particular position, not at the end, not at the beginning. With the word enough, there are some complications again. Enough can come at the end of a sentence. So if you're asking someone, do you like Instagram? I would reply this. I don't know. I don't use it enough. I hope I will one day. I'd love to put my videos on Instagram as well, but I don't know it well enough yet. Maybe I will soon. Maybe you can help me in the comments and tell me how I can get set up on Instagram. That would be helpful. However, enough could also come before the noun it describes. So I stopped posting on Instagram. That's true. Why? Because my posts didn't get enough followers. Really has more than one possible meaning, and that affects the position of this word. Usually it comes before the word it modifies. I really enjoy eating Chinese food. Here it modifies the verb. It was a really impressive concert. Here it modifies the adjective. Really often means a lot, and when it means a lot, it goes before the adjective. What do you think of this car? Do you think it should be sold, scrapped, or are you one of those people who love old cars? Well, if you love old cars, you'll probably say it is a really incredible car. And here really means a lot to do with incredible to a great amount. But really can also mean in actual fact. When it means in actual fact, it goes at the front. So if you're one of those enthusiasts about old cars, perhaps you'll say, I decided to keep my old car. Really, I should have bought a new one. So here really doesn't mean a lot. It means in actual fact. In actual fact, I should have bought a new one. I thought about it, and that was the correct thing to do, even though I didn't. Adverbs of frequency. Again, let's look at some basic adverbs of frequency first. Rarely, sometimes, often, usually, always. 5 very common adverbs of frequency. Can we make this more advanced? Well, there are some alternatives you could use in some circumstances. Barely means almost never. So that could be used in a frequency sense as well. Sporadically is a little bit like sometimes. Sporadically means from time to time, but not very often. Instead of often, frequently is commonly used. When we get to often and frequently, we're becoming a little bit more positive with the time. We're suggesting that something happens more frequently rather than less. And frequently and often both have that sense. Usually could be replaced with routinely. Routinely doesn't mean all of the time, but it means at regular intervals. So a routine can possibly be something that doesn't happen that often, but when we use the word routinely, we very commonly do use it for something that happens perhaps every day, every week, something that happens in the same way. And then always, well, you could replace that with invariably. Invariably means it happens in a way that doesn't change. And that can have the same sense as always. I always go to the shops on Saturdays. I invariably go to the shops on Saturdays. It's got a similar meaning to always here. Invariably means every time the same. Now for some of the rules with placement of frequency adverbs. Frequency adverbs tell how often a word happens, and they usually take the mid position. As in the example we can see here, I always brush my teeth. I the subject, then adverb, then verb. In informal situations, they can come at the end too. Yes, I brush my teeth always. It's not something you'll see in formal situations, but you can do that if you are speaking in a casual manner. Remember, of course, with the verb to be, that the adverb, again, needs to come after the verb to be instead. Adverbs of place. Some common adverbs of place could include above, below, inside or near. Sometimes adverbs of place can also be prepositions of place, but remember that an adverb will describe a verb or an adjective or a whole sentence, whereas a preposition wouldn't necessarily do some of those things. How can we replace these more basic adverbs of place with more advanced versions? Well, above could be replaced with over and aloft. You have to be careful with above because above has many possible meanings. Something could be above something else simply if it's sitting on top, but it could also be above if it's a long way above. Perhaps you're looking up into the sky, and the alternative words have different meanings that may contain one of those meanings but not the other. Over is a general word to mean it's in a position that's up to the thing being described, but over can also mean to cover, which is different to above. Aloft is more to do with something that's very high. Below sometimes can be replaced with beneath. Again, you have to be careful because below has many meanings. Beneath covers quite a few of them. Inside can be replaced with within, and within focuses on something that is surrounded by sides. Inside has a similar meaning. And near, well, you could replace that sometimes with alongside. But again, with near, lots of different meanings. Alongside won't work for all of them. Alongside means in close proximity, but near could also be in terms of time, and it may not work for that. So adverbs of place can come directly after the word it is describing. Here's a street with people. So I could use some adverbs in this way. The street in front was full of people. The fire alarm sounded, so I ran outside. So in front describes the street. So it comes afterwards. And I ran outside. Well, outside describes ran. So outside here describes the verb it comes afterwards. So here the rules between a preposition and an adverb kind of come together because they come after words that they are describing. They could also come before as well. For example, outside, the street was full of people. So outside is the adverb and it describes the whole situation here. The street was full of people. Where? Outside. Adverbs of manner. There are many adverbs of manner and they have different types as well. Here are a few basic adverbs of manner you're probably familiar with. Slowly, quickly, quietly, loudly, carefully, carelessly. Here are some advanced alternatives to those. So slowly could be sluggishly. Sluggishly has a kind of emphasis on laziness, someone dragging themselves around. They're not moving as quickly as they should. Quickly, swiftly, quietly, faintly. This works for some meanings, not others. They heard a sound quietly. They heard a sound faintly. Well, here the meanings could overlap because they refer to a sound which is not of very high volume. But you probably wouldn't use faintly if you're giving an instruction. Please speak quietly. You wouldn't replace it with faintly. You wouldn't say, please speak faintly. So faintly works with some meanings of quietly, but not others. So be aware of that. Loudly, vociferously. Vociferously means with a great amount of voice. Vociferously goes further than loudly, though. Vociferously can also mean that you are forcefully speaking, not loudly speaking. But it can be related to loudly as well. Carefully, attentively. They usually can be synonyms, but attentively has more of a focus on listening carefully. But it can also be concentrating carefully too. Carelessly, sloppily. Sloppily is a rather informal, casual way of saying carelessly. Let's go on to the position of these adverbs of manner. So adverbs of manner tell how something happens, and they can go in many positions. Usually you can be very flexible with adverbs of manner. Front, mid or end positions. So confidently, she entered the room. Here confidently is the adverb. That one goes at the beginning. She gladly told of all her past achievements. Gladly is the adverb. Here it's in the mid position. And her friends left the room quietly. Quietly here now is in the end position, so all positions possible in general. But there are, of course, some exceptions to that. One thing to be aware of is that to improve clarity, adverbs should not be too far from the word they describe. So look at the two alternative sentences at the bottom here. Think for yourself which one works better. So the first one, confidently, the people who had been waiting outside in the rain for an opportunity to speak entered the room. The second one is the same, but with a small difference. The people who had been waiting outside in the rain for an opportunity to speak confidently entered the room. The best one is certainly the second one. Why? Because the adverb and the word it describes are close together. The problem with the first one is that confidently is so far from entered that you may have forgotten that entered is being modified by an adverb by the time you get there, because there have been so many words in between. And therefore the clarity, the coherence of the sentence doesn't work as well. So it's best to bear this in mind if you are thinking about how to position your adverbs of manner, try to make sure they don't come too far from the word which is being described. Adverbs of time. Basic adverbs of time could include early, late, eventually, recently, and previously. Note carefully that late, not lately here. Lately has a different meaning. What are some advanced alternatives to these common time adverbs? Early could be timely in some situations. If you say I arrived early, you could also say I arrived in a timely manner. But here timely does something slightly different to early. Timely means at a good time. Now early is normally also a good time, but if you arrive 2 days early, that might not be timely because that might have been too much time before you were supposed to arrive. So timely works sometimes, not always. Late could be replaced with belatedly. Belatedly means more time than expected, after the expected time, which is a similar meaning to late. We often use belatedly when you receive something or do something quite some time after we expect. Perhaps you receive a birthday card 2 days late. You received it belatedly. It was a long time after you expected. Eventually could be replaced with ultimately. Ultimately means in the end. Eventually can have a similar meaning. Now, recently can be replaced with lately. Don't be confused with lately. Lately actually means the time just before now. Not after, not too much time after what was expected. Lately is similar to recently. Lately is, if you have like a whole year, then the last week might be lately. Maybe in the last year you have been trying to read a book and you found it really, really hard, but just in the last few weeks it got easier. So you could say lately the book has been much easier than it was earlier in the year. And previously you could replace with formerly. Now let's look at the position of time adverbs. Usually they go in the front or the end positions. Last year there was a fantastic celebration here. There was a fantastic celebration here last year. It can possibly come after the noun it describes. Look at the no entry sign here. What was the problem? Well, only 10 people got into the event. The people after had to go home. So here after comes after the words, literally, the words that it describes. Adverbs of duration are slightly different. Adverbs of duration encompass a longer period of time, not a moment in time. They normally come at the end of a sentence or a clause, unless the adverb is the key information in the clause or the sentence. In that case, you can put it at the front. For example, for a long time, people had not left their homes due to COVID restrictions. Now, what if you have multiple adverbs all next to each other? How do you decide the position for these? When there are several adverbs together, we often follow this order for these 3 types of adverbs. We start with the manner, then we have place, then we have time. Here's someone being encouraged about a game they're going to play tomorrow, perhaps a competitive game, and the 2 people say, good luck for the game, you need to play brilliantly out there tomorrow. So brilliantly is the manner adverb, out there is the place adverb, and tomorrow is the time adverb. Adverbs with modals. With modals, we normally put the adverb afterwards. So adverbs usually follow modals. Look at the example here. You must always wash your hands before eating. And that's the common way to do it. But here's an exception. If you are intensifying the modal, then put it before. You really must wash your hands before eating. What's different here? Really is emphasizing must. It's making must more important in the sentence. If you want to do that, put it immediately before the modal verb. Adverbs of certainty, completeness, and evaluation. First, let's look at certainty. Words ending ly to do with certainty commonly, but not exclusively, take the mid position. So words like possibly and probably relate to certainty, the level of certainty. Probably is higher certainty, possibly is lower certainty. And here they're both in the mid position. This is possibly the hottest day of the year. So possibly after the verb to be. I probably know all of the people in this room. So here it's not the verb to be, so the mid position is between the subject and the verb. Other modals of certainty, that's those without ly, are more likely at the front or the end position. Maybe you should open the window. That's if it's too hot. Could you introduce yourself, perhaps? Again, the rules for adverbs are flexible, so these are not the only positions that you will see these adverbs in, but these tend to be the patterns that adverbs of certainty follow. Next, completeness. Again, these usually go in the mid position. The box is entirely full. We can't fit anything else in. So entirely is the adverb that describes a complete situation. If you want to emphasize the whole situation, then completeness adverbs could be placed at the end. I finished eating the cake completely. There's nothing left. So here, completely has greater emphasis because it's outside of the sentence. And with evaluative adverbs, there's no strong trend for position. So a word like surprisingly can be an adverb for evaluation because it tells us we were surprised about the information we're talking about, gives us our response to the information. And in this sentence, it could have been in any of those positions, either at the end, the front, or mid. Special word rules. And here we're going to look at some individual rules where there are some changes that are important to know about. Firstly, quite. When quite means somewhat or fairly, it usually goes before the whole noun phrase. There was quite a loud noise coming from the hall. So here it means a fairly loud noise. Not the highest amount of noise, not the loudest it could be, not the quietest, but nearer loud than quiet because it's somewhat fairly. However, quite can also mean totally when you place it before the adjective and after the article. So if I say it was a quite unnecessary noise, I no longer mean it's fairly unnecessary. I mean it's totally unnecessary. So the position of the word changes the meaning here. Now for the word rather. Normally this comes before adjectives. It was a rather cold day. But in storytelling, it is sometimes placed before the article too. It was rather a cold winter in Canada in 1947. Next, already, yet, and still. With already, we normally place it in the mid or end position. I'm already doing it. I'm doing it already. With yet, we have a choice because yet can be an adverb where it usually goes in the end position. I haven't done it yet, although on rare occasions some people may place it in the mid position. But it can also be a conjunction linking two clauses together. He didn't have any tickets, yet they still let him in. And here yet goes at the front of the clause it belongs to. With still, it's usually in the mid position. Sometimes it could go at the end position, but usually mid. I have still got the same car that I had 10 years ago. But with negatives, this can change. It would go before the verb phrase if it was a negative, except when using to be. I still haven't been to the garage to fix the brakes. And still can also be used as a conjunction, and in that case it would go at the front of the clause. What about even and only? Well, they can go together because they have similar rules in how they're used. They usually go in the mid position. The old car is incredible. It even has sat nav. Talking about that old car again. However, it only has a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. So here they're both in the mid position. But if they're referring to the subject, put them at the front. Even my rich relatives want to buy my car. Only my father doesn't want it. So even and only are the adverbs. My rich relatives and my father are the subjects of their respective sentences. Multiple meanings. Hard or hardly? Well, hardly means not many, not much, or not long. And that's true in both of these examples here. Hardly any people turned up. The room was nearly empty. We had hardly started the class when the fire alarm sounded. But hard is quite different. Hard either means there's a high effort required, or it refers to something that's become solid and strong. The exam was hard. I didn't know many answers. So a high amount of effort was required for the exam. They made the road hard so that it wouldn't crack under the weight of cars. So the road was made solid and strong. So don't confuse hardly and hard. They have completely different meanings when they are adverbs. Fine or finely can also be confused. Fine is usually used as an adjective, as here, meaning good. It was a fine city. There were beautiful places everywhere. Whereas finely is an adverb that means closely or carefully. They study the results finely to identify any abnormalities. Late or lately. They can both be adverbs, but they mean something different, as we mentioned earlier in the video. Late means after the expected time, but lately means in recent time, before now. Most or mostly. Most means the top one. So in my opinion, the most interesting sport to watch is basketball. Here, most is describing the adjective interesting, and it tells us that if you were to list all of the sports from the bottom to the top in terms of being interesting, basketball would be at the top, and therefore it's the most interesting. But mostly means the majority, and most, when it's an adjective, can also mean this. Basketball is mostly played by children. Most children play basketball. So most changes to being the majority when it's an adjective, and mostly has the same meaning as an adverb. Wide or widely? Well, wide means a big space. For example, if you go to the dentist might tell you, open your mouth wide, please. But widely is across a large area or number of people. The dentist has been widely praised for her excellent skills. So widely praised here means by many people. First of all, adjectives with no noun. Now, that sounds strange because we are used to adjectives describing nouns, such as here. Young people like to play. Young is the adjective that describes the noun people. But when you use the, something can change. Sometimes the followed by the adjective means no noun is required. For example, the young like to play. The young forms the subject and like is the verb. So the young becomes the noun. But young is the adjective. So what's happening here? In this situation, the followed by adjective means all of the adjective. So when we say the young, we mean all of the young. There are also different rules when it comes to countries with adjectives. Now, usually country adjectives can often become nouns after the by adding an S. For instance, Mexican is an adjective describing the people of Mexico. This can become a noun by saying the Mexicans. That means all people in Mexico. Or Indian can become the Indians. But with some countries, it's different. Countries ending with a sh, ch or es do not need this extra S. For example, the British, the French, the Japanese. And there are other instances where we have this pattern, the followed by the adjective, where there should have been a noun, but the noun can be omitted, such as in this case. When it is obvious which noun is being described by an adjective, we can leave the noun out completely. Compare these two. She's the cleverest pupil in the class. Here we have the, followed by the adjective cleverest, and then the noun pupil. But we normally expect a class to be full of pupils. So if we take the word pupil out, it still makes sense. She's the cleverest in the class. We still know exactly what we mean here because the context of pupils is obvious, but make sure that this context is obvious. Perhaps the noun may have been in a question beforehand, or maybe you used the noun in what you said just before. Make sure it's obvious, then you can follow this little trick. Now we're going to look at instances where the adjective can come before the article. Let's use this example of a car. What do you think of this car? Does it look fast to you? If you do think so, you'd probably describe it like this: a fast car. And this is a typical pattern for a noun phrase with an adjective. We have the article, if we need one, a, then the adjective fast, and then the noun car. That's normal. But in certain situations, we can change this, such as with the word as. I don't have as fast a car as yours. So with as, we can now turn around the order and have the adjective fast before the article a. And there's some other words that work in the same way. How? I never knew how fast a car she had. Or so. It was so fast a car. Now this one's a bit more unusual. We're more likely to say it was such a fast car rather than use so. But it can be used and it is grammatically correct. Similarly with too. It was too fast a car. The speed was very, very high. Too fast. Too fast brings fast before the article a. But we'd usually say the car was too fast. Also, we can use that. It was that fast a car. You'd probably use it after a sentence that works with this. Perhaps the car was the fastest ever made. It was that fast a car. And that refers backwards to what we've already said. But it's another instance where the adjective can come before the article. Now, when you use an adjective before a noun, you would think there's no possibility that it could end a sentence. But there are many situations where adjectives do end sentences. First of all, have you ever noticed in English poetry or English songs that adjectives sometimes are placed at the end in order to make the poem's lines rhyme or the song lyrics rhyme? That means the final sound is the same in one line as one before. And people will use what's called artistic impression or artistic license to do this. So instead of saying, I saw the blue sky, if it's more convenient to get the poem or the song to rhyme, you might say, I saw the sky blue. We don't do this in normal writing or speaking, but when it comes to poetic English, it's possible to do that. Another example is when we have which followed by to be, then the adjective afterwards. In these cases, sometimes we can omit which and to be, leaving the adjective on its own without anything else. So instead of saying it's the only answer which is believable, we could say it's the only answer believable. Now, in both of these situations, the adjective comes at the end of the sentence. But in the second one, we have this interesting situation where we have a noun that's immediately followed by the adjective, and what's happened is we've left out which or that, and then the verb to be. This is similar to who followed by to be. I saw some children who were awake, but we could leave out who were. I saw some children awake. It's not particularly common. It's something you're likely to say if you're speaking in passing or quickly or informally, but it does happen and you can use it. There are certain words where you can place an adjective afterwards to finish a sentence, such as something. Your friends have bought you something special. Also, everything. Don't worry, I'm going to make everything better. Look at this lady painting a beautiful view. And you might say this, she has an amazing talent. She can make anything beautiful. After somebody or someone. I'm looking for someone tall. Look at this tall man. The person is thinking about it and describing to the other person. I'm looking for someone tall. And also with measurements, we can often put the adjective after the quantity. How tall are they? Oh, I think they are about 2 meters tall. 2 meters is the quantity, and then the adjective that refers to 2 meters comes afterwards. Here's an interesting use of an adjective at the end of the sentence that you may not have come across. Look at the example. Here's a lady. What's she doing to the floor? You could say, or she could say, I'm wiping the floor clean. Now, where's the adjective? The adjective is clean. It comes after the word floor. But why? When we have verb, object and adjective, and the object becomes the adjective, we can use this pattern. I'm wiping the floor clean, or literally, what happens to the floor? It becomes clean. So because it becomes clean, we can put clean after the noun floor, because the floor becomes the adjective. And another interesting peculiarity in English is that there are many adjectives that start with a, which can come at the end of a sentence, such as, look at the example here, you've got a bear running after a boy. The boy says, I'm running away, I'm really afraid. But the word afraid changes if you want to put it at the start of the sentence. You wouldn't normally say the afraid boy ran away. Afraid is normally reserved for the end position. If you want to use it at the beginning, you need to say frightened instead. And probably the most common reason that you'll have an adjective ending a sentence is when you have a subject followed by a copular verb. This is where you have an adjective that's sometimes called a subject complement. The adjective actually describes the subject. As you can see in the two pictures here, she is peaceful. Peaceful is the adjective. Is a copular verb, and that tells us that peaceful is describing she. She is not doing the activity. She is being described by peaceful. Or he seems tired. Seems is a copular verb. Tired describes the subject. When adjectives are intensifiers, we have to be careful about where we put them. Look at the two examples. It is an absolute mess. Have you ever been somewhere where you feel it's an absolute mess? You go into someone's house and everything's in the wrong place. It is an absolute mess. Here, absolute is an intensifying adjective for mess. It makes the mess seem greater. But when you try to switch the order around and put absolute at the end of the sentence, it doesn't work. You can't do it. The intensifying adjectives need to go before their noun, but not after. So you'd say it is an absolute mess, but not the mess is absolute. One of the hardest things to learn and remember about adjectives is the order that you use if there is more than one adjective. When there are multiple adjectives, follow this order. Now, it's not a perfect order. Sometimes people break the order, but this is the general order to use if you have more than one adjective. You have to consider what type of adjective each one is to decide on the order. So starting with a noun such as the word rod, a rod is something to catch fish with. The first adjective that you would use nearest to the word rod would be its purpose. So you could say a fishing rod. But if you want to add the material, that needs to come before fishing and rod. So you would say a wooden fishing rod in that order. And if you talk about the origin, let's say it's English, that comes before any of those two. What type of rod is it? It's an English wooden fishing rod. Then the colour. It's a red English wooden fishing rod. Then shape. Well, I've said rectangular here. I couldn't think of a shape for the fishing rod, but if you did have a shape, it would come here. So let's just imagine it's nice and straight and long. Let's call it a rectangular red English wooden fishing rod. Obviously, you wouldn't use all of these adjectives at the same time. Normally, you might use 2 adjectives, maybe 3. I think if you're using 5 adjectives, that's probably too many. But if you want to use them, they need to come in this particular order. Here's the next type, age. A new rectangular red English wooden fishing rod. Physical quality. A thin, new rectangular red English wooden fishing rod. Then size, short, for example. And then opinion. The opinion comes first. What type of rod is it? It's an amazing, short, thin, new rectangular red English wooden fishing rod. But of course, we wouldn't usually use all of them at the same time. We would probably pick 2 or 3. So we might say it's an amazing new fishing rod. How do we choose the order? Well, we go through this list and we start off with amazing, then new, then fishing, because it's opinion, then age, then purpose. Or a short wooden fishing rod. Here we have the size first, then the material, then the purpose. A short wooden fishing rod. Now, some adjectives end with ed and some adjectives finish with ing, but the root is the same. For instance here, what should this boy say? What best represents the picture you can see? I am bored or I am boring? Which one is it? Well, if you say I am bored, it means something else makes you feel bored. But if you say I am boring, it means you cause someone else to feel bored. So you've got to be careful which one you use, whether you use the ed or the ing, because if you use the wrong one, you may accuse the wrong person of being that adjective. If you say I am boring, you're basically criticising yourself. The correct answer here for the picture is I am bored. The boy looks bored, perhaps by the book he's reading. Something else to be careful with ed adjectives is their pronunciation. Now, usually adjectives ending ed do not have a vowel sound in the ed. So it's not amused, it's amused. It's not cooked, it's cooked. But when you have a T or a D before the ed, then we do need that vowel sound. Otherwise, we have a problem going from the T to the D or the D to the D. So it's not wanted, it's wanted. It's not decided, it's decided. And there are a number of other exceptions too. Naked, learned when it's an adjective, learned where we don't pronounce the E would be for the verb form, for the past of the verb. But learned is an adjective that means someone who knows a lot. We also have ragged, sacred, crooked, beloved, wicked, and there are a few others too. So be careful and make sure you know when to pronounce the ed in full or when to just pronounce the D. Most rules for comparatives are fairly basic, but it does get a bit more complicated as you go along. So the most basic rules are that if you have a one-syllable word, adjective, then to make it a comparative, add er. So fair becomes fairer, green becomes greener, and dark becomes darker. For example, make it darker. And that really means more than now. Increase the level of dark. Make it darker. Or if you're comparing two things, you can use than. Nighttime is darker than the daytime. So than enables us to say that one thing has a greater quality of something than another. So nighttime has a greater quality of dark than the daytime. If there's two syllables or more, then usually we use more followed by the adjective, and the adjective doesn't change. So more beautiful, more historical, beautiful. Three syllables. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Historical. 4 syllables. 1, 2, 3, 4. If a word finishes with a Y, that becomes IER, such as happier. And an E simply becomes ER. We don't add another E on, such as nicer. But there are a few irregular forms to learn. Little becomes less, good becomes better, bad becomes worse, much becomes more, and far becomes further, or possibly farther. Superlatives follow a similar pattern. With one syllable, add EST. With 2 or more syllables, add most followed by the adjective. Y becomes IEST, E becomes EST, and the irregular forms little becomes least, good best, bad becomes worst, much becomes most, far becomes furthest or farthest. But how about if you want to say there is an equal comparison or even a negative comparative? Using as and as can help us here. If there's an equal amount of something, you can say as followed by adjective followed by as. Look at these two people juggling. They look exactly the same. So to compare them, you can say, I am as good as you at juggling. As good as you means we're equal in terms of being good at juggling. This person has dropped the ball though, so they're not in the same level. So we can say, I'm not as good as you at juggling. Not as good as you makes it a negative comparative. Now there's one more way to do it, and that's using not followed by the actual comparative adjective. When you do that though, it doesn't mean the negative comparative. It could be the same as an as or not an as. It can be equal or negative. It simply means not more. So if you say, I am not better than you at juggling, it means my ability is either equal to yours or worse than yours. It's just not better. That's all. So the example you can see here in yellow can reflect either the equal or the negative status that you can see in white on the left. Sometimes there can be some confusion between adverbs and adjectives. Now, adverbs often add ly to an adjective in order to become an adverb. So nice can become nicely. We take the adjective nice and we turn it into an adverb by adding ly. Nice becomes nicely. But the complication here is that some adjectives end in ly anyway, such as friendly. They are a friendly group of students. And when you have an adjective ending ly, this doesn't work. Don't add another ly to make the adverb. You can't say he acted friendlily. You have to use a different option here instead of adding ly. And some adverbs and adjectives have completely the same form. Here is a limited list of them, some of the most common ones. There are more than these. It was a fast race, adjective noun. They finished fast, adverb because it's describing finished, the verb. It is a slow animal. They played slow. Now, often we'll say they played slowly, but sometimes we can just say slow as the adverb too. I am an early riser. I woke up early. Early riser, adjective noun. Woke up early. Early is an adverb here because it describes how I woke up, which is the verb. They are late to the party. They arrived late. I like exams with a low pass mark. The pass mark has been set low. There is a very high mountain in this country. The plane is flying high. There's a situation where we can use adjectives after imperatives, particularly if you're using the verb to be. Look at the following. Here's what a sentence might normally look like. I want you to be nice to the others. Turn it into an imperative and you can simply say, be nice. Here, nice is the behaviour that is expected. So if we're using an imperative to describe expected behaviour, we can use the adjective after be or some other verbs. There are a few rules to be aware of when using adjectives with copular verbs. The normal form of a sentence looks like this. The brown shed is in the field. Here we have the adjective before the noun, brown followed by shed. With copular verbs, the adjective can come after. The shed is brown. So here brown still describes the shed, but because it's a copular verb, it's come after the shed at the end of the sentence. But there are a few more things we can do still. These adjectives can be followed by a preposition phrase, or sometimes called a prepositional phrase. The shed is black at the top. So here we're adding extra information about the shed, but we need to make it clear we don't mean the whole shed. The shed is black, but where? Only at the top. So we use a preposition phrase afterwards to make it clear what we mean by the black. It kind of describes the adjective. Now, if something needs explaining, we could use a to clause. This information is important to here. So here we're explaining the important word. Important is the adjective. Why is it important, or in which way? To here. It's important through this activity. Or you can use a that clause sometimes. This information is important that you know about. So that you know about is describing important. And perhaps one of the most complicated things to learn is when an adjective changes meaning when it changes position. Look at the two uses of certain here. A certain woman walked into the room. That means a specific woman. And the woman was certain. That means that the woman had no doubts. Now, why did the meaning change? It's because it changed from being an adjective describing the noun straight away, a certain woman going together. And in the second one, certain goes at the end of the sentence. Certain still describes the woman, but now it's after the copular verb. It's a complement, and the meaning has changed here. Here are 35 rules for verbs that will make your English take off. This is a really special video because it's going to fill in so many gaps in your knowledge of advanced English grammar. Areas such as subjunctives, ergatives, ditransitives, delexicals, compound verbs, copulars, and more. So let's begin with subjunctives. With the subjunctive, put simply, we use the verb infinitive instead of changing for tense in the second clause. And this usually happens when showing importance or being hypothetical. Here's an example. I wonder if this has ever happened to you. It's definitely happened to me. My car made a strange noise yesterday. Maybe there's a problem with the gears. Maybe there's a problem with the brakes. What do? You probably speak to a mechanic. And this is the report you get. The mechanic insisted that he take the car into the garage. And I want you to focus on the word take here. Instead of saying he takes, we use he take. Here, take is the subjunctive. It's an important situation, and we are reporting what the mechanic said. And in this situation, we can use the subjunctive form. Now, note that the subjunctive is fairly formal. It's quite old-fashioned, and therefore it's not particularly common, but you may come across it, and there may be times you want to use it. But there is a more advanced issue with the subjunctive, and that is, when do we use the past subjunctive and when do we use the present subjunctive? And in general, we follow this principle. For hypothetical situations, use the past subjunctive. That's for wishes or things that are imagined. Now, the past subjunctive is usually made by using the past form of to be, which becomes were. If my car were newer, I wouldn't have so many problems with it. And what you'll find in hypothetical situations such as if clauses or I wish, the next verb, if it's to be, always takes were. It's unusual to use was in any part of the uses of the verb to be. That's for the past subjunctive, being hypothetical. However, if you're trying to state importance, use the present subjunctive. So that's for things where there are proposals, suggestions, anything where you're trying to put importance on a matter. And look what's happened to the verb to be here. We have this rather unusual situation where we have be in the bare infinitive. It is necessary that my car be fixed by a trained mechanic. So here, be is the subjunctive form. Now, as I mentioned, it is rather old-fashioned and sometimes people do choose simply to use normal tense, but it is still used in English, so you do need to know about it. Let's move on to ergatives. Ergatives come from transitive and intransitive verbs. Let's first of all revise what we mean by transitive and intransitive. Some verbs are transitive. In other words, they need an object to come after them. For example, she borrowed my pen. You couldn't say she borrowed because the sentence would not be complete. We need the object for the sentence to be complete. We need to know what she borrowed, and she borrowed my pen. I paid the bill. It wouldn't be complete to say I paid without saying what you paid. We discussed the plans. These verbs are usually transitive. There may be some odd occasions where you can use them without an object, but that would be quite unusual. However, there are many verbs which are intransitive. These verbs do not have an object coming after them. For example, they laughed. We wouldn't say they laughed a book, they laughed a joke, they laughed with an object afterwards. It's just they laugh. We only need the activity here. Similarly, the situation deteriorated. Or, as is happening in the next few days after this video is released, the US citizens voted. These are intransitive verbs. So where does the ergative side come into this? Ergative verbs do something unusual because they are transitive when the subject does the activity, but they're intransitive when the subject receives the activity. Consider the examples here. We finished the performance. Here it's transitive. The performance is the object. And we do the activity. Who did the finishing? It was we. We actually did something, and finished describes the activity that we did. But the next example is different. The performance finished. Now, can a performance do an activity? No, it's not an object or subject that can do an activity. Finished is actually something that happened to the performance here. It's a bit like a passive form. And when we have verbs such as these that change between transitive and intransitive depending upon whether they're doing the activity or receiving the activity, then these are called ergative verbs. Common ergative verbs are these: change, close, dry, end, finish, move, open, start, stop. There are also other verbs that can change from transitive to intransitive. Now, some also call these ergative verbs. Many grammar books will not call these ergative verbs. They'll just call the previous type ergatives. It doesn't matter. What's important is you know how these verbs work. Sometimes verbs change from transitive to intransitive with no meaning change at all, and it doesn't matter what the subject or the object is. For example, I am driving a car. That's transitive because I'm telling you what I drive. What do you drive? A car. But at the same time, I can use it in an intransitive way. I am driving. Here, I'm just focusing on the activity and I don't need to add the object. Some verbs work like this. Other verbs can change from transitive to intransitive, but they do have a meaning change. Look at the word returned in the examples at the bottom. Victoria returned the dress she didn't want. Victoria went out, but she has just returned. Here, the verb returned has different meanings. In the first example, Victoria returned the dress, which is transitive because there is an object. This means she gives something back. She returned the dress. She gave the dress back to the shop, as in the picture in blue. But Victoria went out, but she has just returned, which is intransitive. It means come back. She has just returned means she has just come back. So the verb changes meaning when it changes from transitive to intransitive. And there are many verbs that do this. You do need to learn them one by one, but you must be aware that this can happen. Now, if we're being more advanced still, we can look at what happens when transitives or intransitives are attempted to be put into the passive form. Now, transitives can take the passive form. So, I am driving a car can become a car is being driven by me. So here there is an activity, there is an object, therefore we can use the passive. But intransitives cannot. I am swimming. We can't make this passive. We don't have an object to move into the subject position. Let's go on to ditransitives. Now, ditransitives are related to verbs that can take two objects. And there are a number of verbs that work like this. For instance, he gave a gift to his father. Here we have two objects, a gift and his father. A gift is called the direct object because that's what is affected by the action he gave. What did he give? A gift. But his father is affected by the action too. He gave a gift. Well, who to? His father. So the indirect object is his father, affected by the activity, and a gift is directly related to the activity, so that's the direct object. Similarly, he sent her friend a card. So here the order is reversed. She sent, what did she send? She sent a card. So the direct object is at the end of this sentence. But who did she send the card to? Well, she sent it to her friend. And these types of verbs are called ditransitive. In general, when the direct object comes before the indirect object, we separate with a preposition. So you would have noticed he gave a gift to his father. So here, direct object first, indirect object after, a preposition in between. When we reverse the order, you probably noticed that we didn't have a preposition. So when the indirect object comes first, don't use a preposition. Let's be a bit more advanced now, though. When converting to the passive form, you have two choices. You can either put the indirect object at the beginning of the sentence or the direct object at the beginning of the sentence. But there's a small difference in how you do it. First of all, we're going to look at putting the indirect object at the start of the sentence. So when converting to the passive and the indirect object moves to the start of the sentence, the direct object goes before the subject, which has now moved to the end of the sentence. So let's work that through as an example. I gave a gift to my father. A gift is the direct object. My father is the indirect object. Make it passive. My father, the indirect object, goes to the front. A gift, the direct object, stays after the verb, but before by me, which is the subject. I has now moved to the end of the sentence by me. But a small difference if we do it the other way round. When the direct object moves to the start of the sentence, the indirect object goes after to, but still before the subject. So I gave a gift to my father. If instead we put a gift at the start of the sentence, then we say a gift was given to my father. So we keep that word to there, but all of that goes before me. A few verbs cannot be followed by the pattern indirect object, direct object. These verbs must take the direct object first. For instance, I explained our ideas to her, not I explained her our ideas. So our ideas is what we explained, it's the direct object. Her is the person affected by the explanation. And with this verb, we must put our ideas first and her afterwards. Verbs such as describe, explain, outline and share work in this way. So it's really important to be aware of this because it looks completely wrong to a native speaker if you switch the direct object and indirect object in the wrong way with these verbs. So make sure you learn them, make sure you use them in the appropriate way. Now on to delexicals. Usually, verbs describe the activity in a clause. I composed an email. So the activity here is composed. That's what happened. You won a prize. The activity here is won. That's what happened. But there are some verbs where this does not always apply. Delexical verbs can shift the activity onto the object. Consider these two examples in blue at the bottom of the screen. I gave it a try. What's the activity here? Well, the activity is actually try. I gave it a try means I tried. Also, I had a shower. What's the activity? You had is normally to do with possession. I didn't pick up a shower and walk around the town with a shower, did I? No, shower is the activity here. And give and have are two verbs that can be delexical. Sometimes they carry the activity. Sometimes they point to a word afterwards, which has the activity. And verbs that do this include do, give, go, make, have, and take. Compound verbs refer to English verbs which are a combination of two words. Work through the example here. We have a picture of a brain and a picture of a storm. What are the different topics? Let's imagine we're having a discussion. We're preparing perhaps an essay together as a group of people. We're trying to come up with ideas and we say, what are the different topics? And someone in the group says, let's brainstorm them. So brainstorm is actually a verb here. I brainstorm, you brainstorm, we brainstorm. It's a verb. But what's it made up of? It's made up of two words. Brain means thinking. storm means intense activity. Put them together and you get the verb brainstorm, which literally means intense thinking. And there are a number of English verbs which do this. Now, by far the most common way to make a compound verb is where you use a prefix followed by the ordinary verb. So let's think about perhaps the verb estimated, which is at the bottom of the screen. I estimated the answer. Well, we can make this compound by adding overestimated, which means estimated too high, or underestimated, which means estimate too low. So various ways to make compound verbs in English. Sometimes we simply take two words and put them together. Very often we'll use a prefix with a verb to make a compound verb. What are copular verbs? Copular verbs link the subject to an activity or noun that comes after the verb. For example, the food tastes nice. So here, nice is not affected by someone tasting something. Nice actually describes the food. So there's a difference to how verbs normally work in this case. Taste simply links nice to the food. So it's different to most other verbs because usually the verb carries the activity or the purpose of the sentence. For example, the child went to school. And here clearly went describes the activity that the child did. Go back to the previous example at the top of the page. The food clearly does not do the activity of the verb. The food doesn't do any tasting here. The verb tastes nice. It simply links a description to the word food. Now, typical copular verbs, there are more than this, but some of the most common ones are appear, feel, look, seem, and sound. It gets a little bit more complex though. First of all, copular verbs are followed by nouns and adjectives, but not adverbs. And just let me check before we go to the next parts of this video, because I'm going to go through situations where you have a choice. But when verbs are being used in a copular way, then you need to follow them with a noun or an adjective, not an adverb. So the food tastes nice, but not the food tasted nicely. It doesn't work here. I'm going to come to a situation where it does work, but not at the moment. As I said, some verbs can be copular or non-copular, and this depends upon both the type of verb and the subject. And here we're going to get to a situation where we can use the adverb eventually. I'll get there in a moment. Compare these two examples. The food tasted nice. The boy tasted the food. Can you see the difference here? The food tasted nice. The food cannot do the activity. So nice describes the food. But the boy tasted the food. Well, the boy can do the activity here. So here it's non-copular. And that means the boy does the activity. The boy does the tasting. So food is not describing the boy anymore. Food is what is affected by the boy tasting. It's what he tastes. And now we can use the adverb. The boy tasted the food nicely. In this particular sentence, nicely can describe everything that happened before. What about the causative? The causative is used when something happens because the subject of the sentence arranged it. In other words, the subject doesn't actually do it. There's a few verbs where we could use the causative. Made is one of them. The manager made me work overtime. So, did the manager do the work? No, the manager made me do the work. So there's two activities going on here. I do work, but someone forced me to do it. Notice the pattern here, made me work. Made, then the object me, and then work in the bare infinitive. Not made me to work, but made me work. Let is another form of causative. Here, instead of being forced to do something, I'm allowed to do something. The manager let me finish early. So the manager forced something onto me. In this case, it's not forcing, it's actually allowing. So the manager allowed me. And then the activity finish is actually something that the manager caused me to be able to do. The manager let me finish early. A common causative verb is with get. Now here, the subject arranges for someone to do something. My manager got me to train new workers. So here, got really means arranged. My manager arranged for me to train new workers. The activity is train, but I didn't do it of my own choice. It was arranged by the manager. Similarly, have. My manager had me working at weekends. And this also means something was done for the subject. So my manager had me, made an arrangement for this activity to happen. Had me working at weekends. So those are some typical causative forms. But we have an issue when choosing between get or have. Are they exactly the same, or are there any differences between them? Well, there are some small differences in emphasis. Get emphasises the forcefulness of the arrangement. If you say, my manager got me to make him a cup of tea, we get this impression of a manager being quite forceful. There's almost like there was no choice. They did something that meant it was necessary for me to do it. Here, notice the pattern. Got, object, to, then infinitive. Compare that with have, though, which emphasises the activity. Look at the following. The manager had me make him a cup of tea. Here, had feels softer. It doesn't have that same emphasis of pressure on it. It's simply reporting that there was an arrangement. Here, now, the focus falls on the activity more. Make. So, in one sense, they're interchangeable. Got and had both mean there's an arrangement for someone else to do an activity, but the emphasis can fall slightly more one way with got or get, slightly more one way with have or had. When we use the auxiliary and the negative form, usually it's fairly straightforward. It's fairly basic. Most negatives require an auxiliary. I own a cat. I don't own a dog. So the negative is made up of do as an auxiliary and not abbreviated to N'(T) if you're writing to make the negative form. Or I went to university. I didn't start work until I was 21. But there is a case where this is different. With feelings and mental processes, you can use verb followed by not when answering questions. For instance, do you think people should go to university? If you think no, you don't have to say, I don't think people should go to university. You could say, I think not. It's rather formal, but it is something that people use. It's kind of the opposite of I think so. I think so means yes. I think not means no. And this not form is still used quite a lot by native English speakers, particularly after certain verbs, such as I hope not. Are they going to arrive late? I hope not. That's a kind of structure that is used quite a lot, so it's worth knowing, worth listening out for, and sometimes worth using. Verbs and prepositions have certain rules that are worth knowing. Many verbs require a preposition to go before the object. Verbs such as listen or looking or look. You should listen to that, not you should listen that, or you should listen to the music. You should listen to that. You should listen to the music. Or he is looking at the stage. Not he is looking the stage, or he looks the stage. He looks at the stage, or he is looking at the stage. Now, you may have been aware of that, but it's also important to be aware of this. If the object is dropped, the preposition is also dropped. So instead of saying you should listen to, we don't do that. We say you should just listen. You should listen. Or instead of saying he is looking at, we simply say he is looking. The preposition is dropped. State and active verbs at one level is quite simple, but there are some complications to be aware of. Let's start by looking at the simple rules. State verbs take the simple form, whilst active verbs can take the continuous form, but of course only in a suitable context if you're trying to describe an activity. Active verbs can also be in the simple form too. Let's compare two of these verbs. One is state, one is active, and it's worth saying that most verbs are either state or active, not both. So the first example, I believe that the US election result is fair. Well, I've produced this video a week before the US election result in 2024, and we're all hoping that people are going to say it's fair. Here, believe is a state verb. We wouldn't say I am believing. It may be possible in a very informal scenario, but in general, people will say I believe, not I am believing. I am voting in the US election, though. Vote is an active verb, so vote reflects the activity here. I am voting. I use the continuous form to reflect the fact it's an activity that I'm doing. But some verbs to do with sense can be both state and active. Consider the verb smell. Dinner smells lovely. Here it's a state verb. The dinner's not actually smelling anything, so there's no activity to do. So smells stays simple. But what about if it's the dog, not the dinner? The dog is smelling the dinner. I hope that's not happening to you. If you're watching this video and you have the dinner on the table, make sure your dog or cat is not smelling your dinner before you carry on. Maybe this is a reminder for you. But here, the dog is doing an activity with smelling. So smell can be a state and smell can be an activity. Furthermore, mental process verbs can sometimes be state or active as well. For example, I consider the vote to be fair. So here it's a state form. Or I am considering whether to vote or not. Here it's an active form. And there is a small meaning change here. In the state form, I consider means you've reached a decision. But in the active form, I am in the process of reaching a decision. And we can use this pattern with many mental process verbs like consider. If you are stating what is the truth or a result you've come to, then you'll use the state simple form. But if you're focusing on the process, then you may use the active form. Some verbs change between state or active depending upon whether you are discovering the quantity of something or reporting the quantity of something. If you're discovering the quantity of something, it becomes active. For example, she is weighing the ingredients for the cake. Weighing here is an activity, but it changes when we are reporting the quantity. The cake weighs 10 kilograms. We would not say the cake is weighing 10 kilograms. And we would not say she weighs the ingredients for the cake if we're actually reporting an activity. So the verb weigh and some other verbs where you're talking about the quantity of something in a verb can change in this way. To be is commonly known to be a state verb, and it generally shows permanence of something, or completeness, or truths, or facts. But it can be an active verb too, in order to show temporary behaviour. She is normally a quiet child. Well, this is stating the permanent side of this child, that that is the normal expectation. This is what she is like all the time, or virtually all the time. However, just for today, she is being really noisy today. And here we use the active sense, is being, to show that this is a temporary behaviour state for the child. And to see is usually a state verb for information received through the eyes, but there is this completely different meaning of see, which is when it is an active verb for relationships and meetings. So compare these. I see a mountain in the distance. This is information received through the eyes. But I am seeing an old friend in a cafe by the mountain. Here it's an activity describing a meeting that you're having with someone. Let's start with the present simple and the basic uses. We can use the present simple for facts. Pandas live in China. Also for truths. It is good to be kind. And for descriptions that are true now. I have grey hair, the man in this picture might say. Also for present habits. Are there things which you just find yourself doing again and again? For example, I always check my phone when I wake up. For present routines, use the present simple. That's something that happens at the same time over and over again. For example, I brush my teeth every morning. And for timetables, use the present simple. If you're looking at this timetable and you want to describe it, you could say a bus departs every 8 minutes on Saturdays. But now let's look at the advanced uses of the present simple. You can use the present simple to describe future time in subordinate clauses. Look at the example. Give me a call when you leave. This is what the man in the picture is probably saying to the woman. There are two clauses here. Give me a call is the first clause, and when you leave is the second clause. When you leave is describing a situation in the future. Now, we don't use other words to indicate the future here, such as will or going to. It's just a subordinate clause where we have the subordinator when followed by you leave, present simple. So this can be used to indicate future time. Also, instructions without an imperative. For example, here you're telling someone how to perhaps make some bread or a cake. You could say this. First you add milk, then you mix in some flour. You're making it slightly less direct. The imperative is more of a command rather than simply sharing with someone. So you could prefer to use the present simple here. You could also use the present simple to make correspondence more formal. Instead of saying, I am writing to you, make it even more formal by using the simple form. We write to advise you of our new range of cars. The present simple is also used in permanent situations. The River Nile flows into the Mediterranean Sea. It's always happened. It's always going to happen. It's permanent. Use the present simple. And with state verbs, we use the present simple. For instance, in this video here, you can see castle. If someone is looking from the position where the video is taken, they might say, I see a castle in the distance. Now let's move on to the present continuous. Starting again with the basic uses. A basic use of the present continuous is to indicate present activities. Look at this baby. What is this baby doing right now? The baby is sleeping. This is not something that just happens in a moment. This has probably happened for many hours before and will continue afterwards. It's an activity in progress. The baby is sleeping. For activities close to the present time, we will use the present continuous as well. People are getting excited about the band's reunion. Now, that might not mean right now. It could be around now, before and after. But the general situation is around now, so use the present continuous. The present continuous is used for repeated actions. This girl plays the piano over and over and over again. So use the present continuous to emphasize that it's a repeated action. She is practicing the tune until she gets it right. One activity, then the same activity, then the same activity over and over again. For future arrangements, we might use the present continuous. They are meeting outside the cafe at 7 p.m. It was planned before, and now we're describing this arrangement by using the present continuous. But there are advanced uses of the present continuous too. Temporary situations can use the present continuous. I am staying at a hotel at the moment, but next week I'll move into an apartment. So to emphasize the fact that staying at a hotel is temporary, use the present continuous. Also for changes in general. The amount of traffic on the roads is constantly increasing. So to indicate a change is happening in something, particularly with words such as increase or decrease, use the present continuous. The present continuous can be used for an activity that is usually in progress at a particular time. This lady is walking her dog. And she says this, I'm usually walking the dog when the rest of my family wake up. Let's unpick this. Her family wakes up at a particular time every day, and she is doing the same activity every day at exactly the same time that her family wake up. So it's kind of like a routine, but the routine is for an activity to be in progress at a particular time. If we are talking about behaviour that people have in the present, we will often use the continuous form with the verb to be. I am being, you are being, you're being. You're being too loud, keep quiet, means the present behaviour is too loud. So use the present continuous to describe it in that way. Now let's look at differences between the present simple and the present continuous and when you would choose between the two. Firstly, physical feelings. Either can be used in most situations. I feel unwell, I'm feeling unwell are both possible in this situation. The historical present is when we describe a story that happened in the past but use present tenses to make the listener or reader feel closer to it. But which tenses would we use? Well, if we're giving background information, we're likely to use the present continuous. Here's what happened. It's raining hard. People are running to get under cover. So this is not the actual story. This is just what's happening in the background around it. And the present continuous can be used if we're using the historical present. But if we're using simple forms, we're trying to make progress in the story. So I run into a shop. The shopkeeper asks me why I'm here. I tell him. One after the other after the other. So if we're trying to make progress in time in the story, the present simple would be preferred if we're using the historical present. What about using here or there with present situations? Usually we'd use the simple tense here. Here is the key to the house. There comes the bus. Not there is coming the bus, but just there comes the bus. And if you're showing annoyance at bad habits, you could use either form. She's always leaving the lights on. Present continuous. He constantly snores in bed. Present simple. Have you received an invitation to an event such as a wedding? Often we'll use this form, are to or is to. The verb to be in the simple form followed by to. And this is useful for official announcements. We are to get married next year. The are to form, be followed by to, makes it more official. If you want to show emphasis on something, then you can use the simple tenses with do. I do enjoy watching TV. Here you need to stress the word do. Or in the continuous form, stress am. I am trying my best. However, you can stress any word you want in a sentence to draw attention to it. Let's move on to the past simple and the past continuous then. First of all, the past simple and looking at the basic uses. The past simple is predominantly used for finished actions. I applied for the vacancy. Or for finished states. I was nervous while I waited for the response. It's a state. It's how the person felt at that time. And for past facts. The company I wanted to work for was the best in the world. It was true in the past. We don't know if it's true now, but because it was a fact in the past, we use the past simple. Also, past descriptions. Look at this well-dressed man. He might say this: I was well dressed on the day of the interview. The past simple describes how he looked at that time. And if with past habits, use the past simple again. When I didn't have a job, I always applied for new vacancies on Mondays. It was the same every Monday. We can use the past simple. We may also be able to use used to or would for some situations when we describe past habits, but the past simple is also commonly used. Let's look at the past continuous basic uses before we go on to advanced uses. The past continuous is used for finished activities. In this picture, I was driving to the interview. Verb to be, then the ing form of the main verb. If you have the longer of two past actions, or if you're interrupting a long action, use the past continuous. I was waiting for the interview to begin when the door opened. Or if you're giving background to a story, use the past continuous. People were talking in the room while I was waiting for the interview to begin. It wasn't the main part of the story. People talking in the room was just something happening around the story. So use the past continuous to show that it's background information. What about the differences between the past simple or continuous? Let's move on to the advanced uses where we choose between them. If you're talking about a past idea that is no longer true, you normally use the simple form. For example, in the past, some scientists believed that the world was flat, but most scientists now believe it is round. So usually the past simple is used here. If you are trying to get the sense across that it was a temporary or an activity for a particular reason, you might choose the past continuous, but the past simple is far more common here. If you're trying to link past events together in a sequence, the past simple is what you need. In the experiment you can see below, they added water, then they mixed it with salt, and finally they boiled the solution. Past simple in a sequence. If you're describing events happening at the same time in the past, you could use the continuous form. 500 years ago, men were trading in marketplaces while women were bringing up children. These things were happening at the same time. Men were trading in marketplaces, women were bringing up children, not one followed by the other, but two events side by side happening together at the same time. For situations that feel more permanent about the past, use the simple form. I lived in Mumbai for the whole of my childhood. It felt permanent to this person because it was the whole of their childhood, so they use the past simple. But if it's a temporary situation in the past, it's common to use the continuous form. I was staying in a hotel while I was looking for a permanent place to live. This is similar to what happens in all tenses. Permanent goes with simple, temporary goes with continuous. If you have a past activity that was often repeated, the continuous form would be preferred here. And we particularly use this with high frequency adverbs such as always. I was always playing in the park in the evenings when I was younger. If you're being hypothetical, even if you're talking about now or the future, you can use past tenses to show you're being hypothetical, that you're not being real, you're just imagining things. And for this we can use either the past simple or the past continuous, depending on the sentence. Look at the picture. Do you think this could happen to you? Could you travel in this rocket? It's very unlikely. So we would be hypothetical and use past tenses. Suppose you were travelling in a rocket to the moon. How would you feel? Here, past continuous because it's an activity we're imagining. Or if only I knew the answer to this difficult problem. We're imagining it, but we use the past simple. Distancing is a technique we use to be more polite. We create distance in time between us and the person listening to create more space. In other words, to make them feel they have more space to respond and they're not pressured by us. Distance in time can be created by using past tenses instead of present tenses. We can use either the simple or the continuous, but the continuous tends to be more common when we're using verbs for mental activities. I was wondering if you could pass me your map. But simple form is also possible. I thought I might ask you, is that okay? And if we use that as the subject of a sentence in the past, it normally goes with the simple form. I passed my PhD. That seemed impossible a few years ago. Now let's look at the rules for the present perfect. The basic uses of the present perfect include this: recently completed activities. For example, I have just finished a lesson on past tenses. It was completed recently. Also for recently completed states, I have seen the information I need to complete the next task. So seen here is a state verb from to see, often used as a state verb. But perhaps the most important reason why we use the present perfect is this one: speaking about the past from the context of the present. People often get confused with the present perfect. They think it's a past tense, but a clue is in the word present. We stay in the present moment when we use the present perfect. And we talk about past situations, but from the viewpoint of now. We're looking back to them from now, keeping in present time. So when I say I have watched hundreds of videos on YouTube, when did I watch them? In the past. But what's the time period? Well, it's up to now and including now. It's the situation I am in now. This is all of my experience of watching YouTube videos that I've collected and I possess now in my memory. Everything from the past up to the present. And that captures the essence of what the present perfect is. Now let's look at whether you use the simple form or the continuous form. And this is where it gets more advanced. Firstly, when we focus on an activity, we usually use the continuous form. I have been writing an email. Let's look at the next one before we compare them together. If we focus on completion of an event, we use the simple form. I have written an email and now I am going to send it. We're talking about the same activity, but we're focusing on different things. If I say I have been writing, I'm interested in the process of writing. If I say I have written an email, I'm interested in the fact that an activity took place and the activity is complete in itself. If we focus on something being permanent, we normally use the simple form. For example, I have owned this toy since I was a child. But if we focus on something being temporary, we use the continuous form. I have been wearing this hat because the sun is too hot, but I will take it off this evening. Once again, we see how the simple goes with the permanent, the temporary goes with the continuous forms. Sometimes we have special phrases that have particular tenses that go with them. This is the, with an ordinal, is one of them. This is the first time I have tried chocolate ice cream. If we have this is the followed by a number and then a word like time or instance, then follow it with the simple form. I have tried. If we're maintaining present time whilst introducing past events, either could be used. Have a look at the example here. Here's someone helping an injured woman. Now perhaps the ambulance has arrived, and what does he tell the people in the ambulance? What have I done so far? I've helped the injured woman. Simple. And I've been doing my best to help the injured woman. Continuous. Now the ambulance is here. See the present context. How long an activity has taken until now is commonly with the continuous form. I've been trying to get your attention for ages. For ages means from a time in the past until now. Another area where confusion happens is when you're choosing between the past simple and the present perfect. Let's look at that now. The present perfect is common with already, just, or yet. Look at the example sentences here. I have already been told about the meeting. I have just been to the meeting. I haven't tried the suggestions yet. So is that the rule or not? Well, there's more to the story here. And if you've learned American versions of English, you may be familiar with what comes next. Because in some varieties of English, the past simple is common with these words. I already knew about it. I just went there. I didn't try that yet. So sometimes the use of the present perfect or the past simple depends upon where in the world you are. My version of English is British English, and that's like the top half of this page, but American English sometimes is like the bottom half. Commonly, news reports start with the present perfect to give general information, but switch to the past simple for more specific information. Look at this. A criminal has been arrested in the town centre. He stole several bags of sausages from a shop. So to start general, the present perfect fits because we're talking very generally about an event and we're not being specific about the time. An event happened in the past at any time in the past. Having introduced the information to the reader or listener, we then go in for the specific details. And because when we're being more specific, we're focusing on particular activities that happen at a particular time, then moving into the past simple is quite common. Okay, now on to the past perfect. The past perfect tends to be more advanced. It's harder for people to learn. Let's look at some of the ways we use it and then compare it to simple and continuous forms. The general use of the past perfect is to make it clear which event happened first and when events are not in order. For instance, I was wearing a plaster because I had fallen over and cut myself earlier in the day. If you're repeating events before a point in the past, you'll also use the past perfect. He got top marks in the exam. What happened before? He had been studying every day for the previous month. So let's think about this a bit more. First of all, the time of the story is he got top marks in the exam. Why? Because of something that happened before. He had been studying, but the frequency was every day. It was a repeated activity that happened over and over again before this point in the past. Let's go back to the first example again. Why did we use I had fallen over? Well, because I fell over before I wore the plaster. The time of the story is wearing the plaster. But then we go backwards in time. And to show we've gone backwards in time, use the past perfect. If I said, because I fell over, it sounds as if it happens afterwards, which isn't correct, because the past simple takes events forward, but the past perfect takes events back. If you're being hypothetical about the past, you can also use the past perfect. If I had run faster, I would have arrived on time. So by saying if I had run, I'm thinking about a past event, but I'm imagining what a situation could have been like if things had been different. Events immediately before another in the past would also typically use the past perfect. They had just finished preparing for the party when the first guest arrived. So what's special about this? It's something that happened immediately before another. Notice the events are in the correct order here. But by using the past perfect, we emphasize the fact that it came before another and just before. It's something that we often do, even with events in the right order. Reporting speech in the past will take the past perfect in many situations. What do we mean by reporting speech? Well, we hear something and then we tell someone else. And if it was something in the past, then we'll use the past perfect when we report it. When they asked me about the preparations, I told them I had been preparing all day. Not I prepared all day. Sometimes we can use the past simple when we report, but commonly we'll use the past perfect when we report something that's already in the past. If there are intentions or wishes that did not happen, the past perfect is often used to show this. It's kind of another hypothetical situation. I had planned to make a cake, but I ran out of time. Did it happen? No. So it's hypothetical. Now, when would we use the simple form or the continuous form? There are many reasons why, but here's a summary of the key ones. Activities up to a point in the past could go with either, depending on the situation or which verb you're using. Is it a state or active verb? Look at the workers here. Perhaps their factory has closed down. You could say this: the last workers left the factory last year. They had been working there for the previous 20 years. But you could equally have said they had worked there for 20 years. Let's go back to a theme we've looked at before in this video: temporary situations. And we could use the past perfect continuous for temporary situations up to a point in the past. The crowd had been waiting to see the king. Then he arrived. With states up to a point in the past, usually simple, as we mentioned a few moments ago. The surprise party happened yesterday. Most of the guests had known about it for a number of months. So know is a state verb, so use the simple. But sometimes we have to decide whether we're using the past perfect or the past simple. Here's a way to decide. If the events are in time order, we'll usually use the past simple. Look at the lady here. We opened the door, got out of the car, and walked into the mall. That's what she's about to do. So that's the normal way that we use the past simple when events are in time order. I've shown you some exceptions to that in the previous points where you can use the past perfect and events are still in order, but generally when events are in time order, we use the past simple. But when events are not in time order, we use the past perfect. We walked into the mall. We had already got out of the car. So the second event happened before the first, so we use the past perfect to show that the second event came first and we're not using the normal sequence of events that we would with the past simple. If you're using the past perfect followed by a clause with a subordinator, then you normally don't need to use the past perfect again, particularly with reason clauses. I had left my phone at home because my mother needed it, not because my mother had needed it. If we say because my mother had needed it, we're suggesting that she needed it before I'd left my phone at home, which isn't the case. The two things happened at the same time. So we don't use the past perfect twice here. But if it's followed by a coordinator and a clause, then we will. I had left my phone at home, but I had brought my laptop. So here, and or but or, we can use the past perfect again in the second clause. Now, this does not mean that we ignore rules to do with omissions were to do with lists. Sometimes when we have a list, we can cut out the grammar if the grammar is repeated in a sequence. Look at the example below. I had cooked and cleaned all morning. So here the use of and takes cleaned and applies had to the cleaned as well as had to the cooked. It's what we can do in lists. If there's symmetry in the list, we can cut out extra grammatical words in the second or third part of the list. Let's move on to looking at future time. First of all, with will. There are many basic uses of will. When you have expectations for the future, you can use will. They will be here at 6 p.m. They always arrive then. With certainty about the future, we often use will. Nothing will stop the rain from falling. There's a certainty in your voice. Also for promises and offers. I will buy you an ice cream if you do your homework. It's a promise. When you give consent to people, then we can use will. It's saying you're allowed to do something after this point. They will let you into the country with a passport is a very common way of giving consent and using will for the future. Plans made in the moment. We often use will or the short form, which is apostrophe LL, to describe this. Look at the man here. He's on the phone. Why? Because someone has asked him what's the solution. And he replies, I'll call my friend. She'll know. So when we say, I'll call my friend, he's deciding what to do in the moment. I'll is short for I will. So when we make plans in that moment and we describe plans as we're going through the thought process, use will. If you make a prediction but you don't have the physical evidence, you're much more likely to use will. Here's someone's thinking about rain, but they don't have evidence. They just say this, I think it will rain later. It can't stay sunny forever. They're predicting it, but they don't really have evidence, so will makes more sense here. Let's look at the advanced uses of will now. Orders use will if it's an order for the present or the future. You will obey me, this man is thinking. It's an order, and will emphasises the order. Threats also go with will. Let's expand this sentence. You will obey me or there will be consequences. So will suggests the threat coming afterwards. But will is also used to refuse these orders and threats. They will not or they won't obey you unless you offer them something in return. The future is also made with going to. Here are some basic uses of going to. When plans are already made and you're simply restating a plan you've already made, now use going to. Why are you picking up the phone this time? I'm going to call my friend. But in this case, the person didn't decide on the spot. They decided before. And if you do have physical evidence for a future prediction, use going to instead of will. It's going to rain. Dark clouds are coming towards us. I have evidence. I have more certainty. So going to shows that extra certainty. Going to usually makes the future more concrete, more set in stone and fixed. Future arrangements also can use going to. We're going to Dallas at the weekend. The trip has been planned for weeks. Now, sometimes you have to choose between going to or the present continuous. Can we use both for future arrangements without a change in meaning? Well, often yes, but here are some things to be aware of. Firstly, let's go back to restating previous decisions. We'd usually use going to here and not the present continuous. What are your plans for the future? I've already thought about what to do. I'm going to start a new course. So here we're restating a previous decision. With fixed arrangements, we usually use the present continuous. What are your plans for next week? I'm starting a new course on Monday. Do you see the difference between the two? With a fixed arrangement, I'm starting a new course on Monday. I am stating my plans. But with the one before, restating previous decisions, I'm restating something that I thought about. And that's led to particular action. It's not so much an arrangement, it's a statement of a decision. So that's often how you distinguish between the two. Decisions go with the going to, and arrangements with the present continuous. Now there can be some overlap. Going to can also be used for fixed arrangements because they are fixed decisions as well. When we go to state verbs, use going to as well. Don't use the present continuous. What are you doing later? We're going to hear a speech, not we're hearing a speech. That wouldn't fit because the present continuous doesn't normally go with state verbs unless there are other special rules. There are other ways of expressing the future too, such as the future perfect, and these would all be considered advanced uses. First of all, completion of something by a known future time. Normally, we'd use the simple form here, and we would say this: by the end of the year, I'll have taken my IELTS examination. So here we're anticipating taking the IELTS exam, and it's in a time period between now and another stated time period. In this case, by the end of the year. It could happen at any time between those points in time, now and the end of the year. I'll have taken. If you're referring to an activity that's ongoing up to a point in the future, particularly when you use for or since or words like that that express a duration of time, it's common to use the future perfect continuous. For example, by the end of the year, I'll have been studying English for 10 years. I wonder what you would say if you put your own experience in that place. Anticipating what is true without physical evidence: will have finished. I want to return to Dubai. They will have finished building the tallest skyscraper in the world by now. So here, this is one way in which we can use the future perfect. It could potentially be simple or continuous here, depending on the context, but that's one reason why we use it, anticipating what is true without physical evidence. Here, you're just imagining it. You've not seen it for yourself. You're just imagining that this will be true. If you're anticipating what someone knows, you can also use the future perfect. And in both of these cases, the example about Dubai and the next example, we're actually talking about present time, not future time at all. Here we're using the future perfect for present time. Let's look at the example to do with the picture below. You can see two cars crashing together. I'm sure you will have seen the news about the crash on the motorway. It was reported on every channel yesterday. So here we're referring to knowledge that someone has in the present, and more than that, knowledge about something in the present that's based on something that happened in the past, a little bit like the present perfect. But we use will have seen to anticipate what we think someone knows. Will have to is a similar structure but works slightly differently. Will have to refers to something necessary after the present time. Look at the example. The museum is closed today. We will have to come again tomorrow. So it is necessary for us to come again tomorrow, something necessary after the present time. Let's move on to the future continuous now. The future continuous is made up of will, the verb to be, then the main verb with ing. And we use this for predicting future activities. Perhaps you know that you're going to be like this person in the picture tomorrow. So you need to tell other people, I can't see you tomorrow. I will be working all day. I'm predicting a future activity, and so I use the future continuous form, will be working. Also for predicting future responses. He'll be complaining about that, I'm sure. So here I'm anticipating what the person thinks about working all day tomorrow. And I think he will be complaining about that. Not just once, but on and on and on and on. An activity that's ongoing, but it's a response. Also, guessing activities happening now. Why are they working late? They'll be making plans for tomorrow, I imagine. I don't know it's happening, but I'm guessing that this is what is happening now, somewhere else where I'm not. And the future continuous will be helpful for that. In this case, again, it's to do with present usage. Okay, we're nearly at the end, but we have a little bit left to do yet. Next, it's future in the past. First of all, we can use would followed by infinitive for an event happening after the time in a story. Here's a man who's got a clock in his bed. Why is that? Well, let's look at the story and then let's think about what it means. People were celebrating that night, but they would stay in bed for a long time the next morning. So the time of the story is the first part. People were celebrating that night. When we use would here, we're taking the position of time in that story and imagining the future after the point in time of that story, predicting the future from a point in time in the past in storytelling. It's kind of like giving a preview to someone when you're telling a story. You're previewing the next part. So people were celebrating that night, but they would stay in bed. That is what is coming next in the story. We can also use was going to for plans after the time in the story. For instance, we ironed our suits because we were going to visit a special event later that day. It was a plan that was in the future at that particular point, at the moment when we ironed our suits. But was going to is often used in another way as well. And this is for past plans that did not actually happen. Look at this poor lady. She has a problem. What is it? We were going to drive to the sea, but our car broke down. We can also use the past continuous for future in the past. This is when we have arrangements after a time in the story, similar to how we use the present continuous for arrangements after now. The past continuous is for arrangements after a past point. For instance, they couldn't get to sleep that night because they were meeting the king the following morning and they were nervous. So the arrangement is meeting, and it was going to happen after the point of the story, basically when they were trying to get to sleep. And finally, conditionals. Conditionals use tenses in different ways for different purposes. Here are the basic uses, which generally include the first conditional. The main reason for using the first conditional is to say a condition. If a condition is met, there will be a present or future consequence. For instance, if I earn enough money, I'll buy a new car. So the present simple is in the first part. The condition, if I earn, and will is in the second part. The present or future consequence. I'll buy a new car. But we can sometimes use will in both clauses, where one condition requires another condition. If you will work for me, I'll help you get a new car. Basically, you do this, I'll do that. Two conditions at the same time, where one condition depends upon another condition. Moving on to more advanced uses, the second conditional is for unreal situations with an imagined outcome. It's using the past simple, but it's actually to do with now, or perhaps in the future. If I owned a car, I would drive wherever I wanted. Do I own a car? No, it's unreal. What would be the imagined outcome? I would drive wherever I wanted. The past simple for an unreal situation to do with the present. As we've mentioned before, we turn the present into the past to make things unreal about the present. The third conditional uses the past perfect. Again, this is for an unreal situation, but this time not an unreal present situation, but an unreal past situation. If I had warned the driver that another car was in the middle of the road, there wouldn't have been an accident. And lastly, the zero conditional. Here we use the present tense in both clauses, where we're simply presenting a general cause and effect rule. When you heat water to 100 degrees centigrade, it boils. It's a general rule. Do this and that will always happen. After you watch this, you'll never need to watch another video on the passive voice again. It's got everything, from the basics to the harder rules to the really, really hard C2 English rules. There are 25 rules in total in this video. We'll start with the simplest and we'll move through to the advanced English grammar rules for the passive. Number 1. The basics. In normal English sentences, we start with the subject, then you have the verb, and then some words afterwards, such as the object. In this example, the sun heats the earth, which means the sun makes the earth hotter. But we can also change this word order and make a sentence which is called the passive. Here, the object goes at the beginning, then the verb, then the subject. In this example, the earth is heated by the sun. We add the verb to be and we add by. We can change the active voice into the passive voice by following these steps. First of all, move the object to the front of the sentence. Then move the subject to the back. Then add by before the subject. Change the verb to the past participle. And include the verb to be as an auxiliary verb. And the verb to be is the verb that now takes the tense. So here the verb to be is in the present simple. An extra note is that you can actually remove the subject with by completely and just have the object followed by the verb. You can convert the passive back to the active by following these steps in reverse. Simply move the subject back to the beginning, move the object to the end, take away to be and by, and return the verb to its original tense form. The passive can be used in any tense. Here's how you do it for some of the tenses. Here's the present simple, present continuous, past simple, present perfect, future with will, and with modal verbs. Notice with will and would, which are modal verbs, to be stays in the infinitive form afterwards. For the other tenses, the verb to be changes according to the normal rules for that tense. However, some sentences cannot be changed into the passive, or if they can, there are certain rules to follow. And the rest of this video is going to look at when you can make that change from active voice to passive voice and how you do it. First of all, sentences with two objects. The girl sent me a letter. This has two objects, me and the letter. When there are two objects, as long as an activity is involved, you can usually start a passive sentence with either object. You could say this: I was sent a letter by the girl. Here, me, the object, becomes I, the subject. Or the letter can take the place of the subject. A letter was sent me by the girl, or sent to me by the girl. 6 is be plus ed, not be plus ing. Have a look at this woman. She looks surprised. We could say this sentence. The results of the game were surprising, perhaps surprising to this woman. Now, is this the passive form? We have the verb to be before the verb. Here, no. Be careful. To be followed by the verb and ing is not the passive form. The passive form is where you use verb plus ed. I was surprised by the results of the game. 7 is transitive and intransitive. Compare these two short sentences. I walk, I baked a cake. What's the difference between these sentences grammatically? Well, you'll notice that I walk does not have anything afterwards. It's transitive. We cannot add an object here. We can't say I walked a race, I walked a road. It just stopped as I walk. You could perhaps add some information about the time or where you're walking, but that's not the object. That's adverbial information. The second sentence, though, is what we call transitive because it does have an object. I baked a cake. What did you bake? A cake. So I baked a cake is transitive because it takes an object, but I walk is intransitive because it doesn't. How does this affect the passive form? Well, I walk cannot be passive. Intransitive verbs cannot be converted into the passive form. They have to stay active. However, I baked a cake can be passive. A cake was baked by me. However, some verbs are not obviously transitive or intransitive. For example, the verb to run. In one of these sentences, the verb to run has no object. I run every day. Every day is not an object. That simply tells us the frequency. But in the second example, I run a shop means I'm the owner of a shop and the shop is the object. What do we do here? Well, we follow a similar principle. Where there is no object, we cannot use the passive, but where there is an object, we can. So I run a shop can be changed into the passive form. A shop is run by me. There are also different rules for the passive depending upon whether you're talking about an activity or a state. Let's compare two examples here. First of all, let's look at this book. This book tells a story. Because there is an activity here, the verb tell involves communicating information from one place to another. You can make this sentence passive. A story is told by this book. However, look at this example here. The book seems a guaranteed winner. Now, the verb seem is not an activity. It's what we call a state verb. It's to do with describing. In this case, we cannot make seem passive. Seem is not an activity. It's a state verb. Therefore, it must always stay in the active voice and not be changed into the passive voice. 10 is dummy subjects. What do I mean by this? Well, look at the picture here. What can you see? This is the planet Mars. And it is known that people do not live on Mars. Look at the structure at the beginning of the sentence. It is known that. What does it mean here? We've got the passive form. We have to be, is, and known, which is the past participle of known. So it's a passive form with it at the beginning. What's happening? Well, what's happening here is that it points to the information that's underlined. People do not live on Mars. So it is known that, well, it, the subject, really means the information after is known that. It means people do not live on Mars. It is known that people do not live on Mars. People do not live on Mars doesn't make a very good subject, so we replace it with it at the beginning of the sentence, and that introduces the fact that something is known. What is that something? People do not live on Mars. However, there are some possible problems. Look at these sentences here. Both John and Jane competed for the trophy. It was won in the final match. But who won? It's not clear. The problem with using it sometimes is you need to make sure there are nouns that it can refer to clearly. Here we have both John and Jane, two subjects in the previous sentence. We also have a trophy. So we have three nouns in the previous sentence. It refers to the trophy, but it's not clear who won the match. There's not enough information here. So be careful when using it. Sometimes using it means the reader has a problem finding the right information to know the final situation that you are describing. What about when we're using the word being? The present participle of to be with the passive. Well, there are some considerations to make. Now, usually you can just follow normal rules. So, for example, if you say is being to mean the present continuous, this is okay. So do you know someone who has a large YouTube following? The YouTuber is being followed by millions of viewers. So this is a present situation. It's happening now. We need to use the present continuous. So we use is as our tense marker, and then we want the present continuous of the verb to be, is being. That's okay. Is there a problem with this sentence though? They had been being followed by millions of viewers. Now grammatically, this looks okay. It's the present perfect and in the continuous form. So it's grammatically correct, but it is usually avoided. It's too confusing to have the past participle been next to the present participle being. People don't tend to use this in everyday English. Now we're going to look at omission. This is when you leave words out of a sentence which are normally there. Have a look at this sentence here. Salmon which are found in the Atlantic Ocean tend to be of very high quality. So salmon is a fish. It lives in the Atlantic Ocean and in other places too. And when you find it in the Atlantic Ocean, there's really good salmon there. Notice we're using the passive form which are found. Now what does which refer to? Well, which refers back to the salmon. And here we can do something special with omission. We can actually leave which are out. When the subject is the same in both clauses, the passive can be shortened. Salmon, not which are found, but salmon found in the Atlantic Ocean tend to be of very high quality. So there are two clauses here. Found in the Atlantic Ocean tend to be of very high quality. The subject for both clauses is salmon. And when that's the case, we can leave these words out, the relative pronoun and the verb to be, and just go straight from salmon to the past participle. And this works in defining relative clauses. That means that the clause after the noun defines the noun. So we're not talking about all salmon, we're just talking about the salmon found in the Atlantic Ocean. But there are also things you can do to create omission in non-defining relative clauses, where the information is just extra. It doesn't limit the noun. Let me explain. Look at this sentence here. Penguins, which are found in the southern hemisphere, always stay in the same pairs for life. So here we are talking about all penguins. We don't mean just the penguins in the southern hemisphere. We mean that all penguins are in the southern hemisphere. We're describing all penguins, not just some penguins. This is called a non-defining relative clause because the relative clause gives us information that is about everything to do with the noun, not just some of the noun. What can we do here? Well, again, we can omit the relative pronoun and the verb to be. But with the non-defining relative clauses, we could do something else as well, and that's this. Found in the southern hemisphere, penguins always stay in the same pairs for life. What's happened here? Well, in non-defining passive clauses, these can be shortened and also moved to the front of the sentence. And here we have what's called a participle clause. It starts the sentence and then it's followed by a comma, and then you have the rest of the sentence afterwards. Grammar books might call this a participle clause or a participle phrase. But the key thing here is we have the past participle starting a clause or some information that then is ended with a comma, and then you have the rest of the sentence. It's another way of organising the sentence using the passive form, but it has to have this omission when you do it. 15 is passives with object infinitives. What does this mean? Look at these two sentences. I wanted to see her. I wished that he would come. The object infinitive here is I wanted to see her. Now, normally with an object infinitive, we don't usually use the passive. We can't change I wanted to see her into the passive form. It's also true with that clauses as well. I wished that he would come. We cannot change this into the passive, except that is in certain conditions. Here is a way in which we can make the object infinitive into a passive form. One way is when there is an activity and there is an object before the infinitive. Look again at the sentence. Not he told to see her, but he told me to see her. We have the object me before the infinitive, before to see. And in this case, we can use the passive. I was told by him to see her. 17 is moving object noun phrases. Look at these two sentences here. My uncle cooked a meal that contained fish. My uncle cooked a meal on Sunday. Now, in both sentences, the object is meal, but we have different information coming after the meal. Which phrase describes the object here? Is it that contained the fish or on Sunday? Well, the phrase that describes the object is that contained the fish. A meal, what do we know about the meal? Oh, it contained fish. So contained fish describes the meal. On Sunday doesn't describe the meal. On Sunday describes the whole sentence, when everything happened. Now, why is this important? Well, it's because of this. If a phrase describes the object, then it must stay next to the object when it moves in the passive form. Look at the passive form below. A meal that contained fish was cooked by my uncle. Here, that contained fish moves to the front of the sentence with a meal. It doesn't stay at the end. The second sentence was an example of an adverbial at the end. It gives information about the whole sentence. My uncle cooked a meal on Sunday. Now, what happens to the position of on Sunday when this becomes the passive? In this case, it's completely different. If a phrase describes the sentence, it does not move with the object in the passive form. It stays where it was. So when we make this second sentence passive, we do the following. A meal was cooked by my uncle on Sunday. Not a meal on Sunday was cooked by my uncle. But we also need to look more deeply at what happens when you have multiple verbs in a phrase, because we can't always change them into the passive. Here are two examples to help you. First of all, look at the following. I needed to leave the event. Can I change it into the passive and say the event needed to be left by me? Well, we wouldn't normally do this. Although grammatically it seems right, we don't do this in practice. We often avoid making passive sentences with two verbs next to each other. Except that is when there is active participation upon the subject by that second verb. Here, the passive is more natural and more likely to be used. Look at the example at the bottom. I needed to make the dinner. The dinner needed to be made by me. Let's consider the difference between to leave and to make. So leave the event means go out of somewhere. Make the dinner involves you doing something to the dinner. When you leave the event, you don't do something to the event. But when you make the dinner, you do something to the dinner. In this case, the passive is much more naturally going to be used by native speakers. Passive and with. Use with to introduce anything used by the agent. For example, I was surprised by my husband with a bunch of flowers. With introduces what my husband used to surprise me. He used a bunch of flowers. I was surprised by my husband with a bunch of flowers. But you can also, of course, leave out by my husband and simply say, I was surprised with a bunch of flowers. So it's quite common to have a passive form and then with afterwards to introduce what was used by the agent. 21 looks at a very specific structure. There, followed by the passive form, and then another to be. Here's an example. There is believed to be ancient ruins in this area. What's happened here? Well, there is believed to be. Well, is believed is a passive structure, to be followed by the past participle. And what it means here is people believe that there is. So if we say there is believed to be, people believe that there is. We could change believe for other verbs. There is known to be. People know that there is. 22 looks at something called object complements. Have a look at this example. The tutor had the highest qualifications. Students considered her a genius. Now focus on her, a genius. This doesn't happen very often, but sometimes the object then has a complement afterwards. What do we mean by this? Well, what we mean is the noun a genius is actually describing the object. It's not what's affected by the object. Usually when we have two objects, one thing affects the other. He gave her a car. The car is affected by her actions, but not here. Here, the second object simply describes the first object. Students considered her a genius. So how does this affect the passive form? We can make the passive here as follows. She was considered a genius by the students. So here we have the first object goes to the front of the sentence. Then the verb was considered, and then the object complement comes afterwards, and then by the students. It's also possible to have by the students followed by the object complement, a genius, but the most common way to say this is as follows. She was considered a genius by the students. Object complement, then by, and the subject. By is not the only word that we use to introduce the subject when it comes at the end of the sentence. Consider some of the following examples where by is replaced with another preposition. Firstly, through. And this introduces the means to achieve the action. It was organised through an agency. In other words, you've got something you want to do, but you have to go through someone else to get there. I want to achieve this activity. It gets to the end here, but someone helps me in the middle, and that's called the agency. It goes through them. It was organised not by an agency, but through an agency. By is possible, but it doesn't capture the full meaning, that they are helping something to happen rather than doing everything. Another replacement for by is of, and this goes with certain verbs only, such as scared. I am scared of snakes. Now, in most situations, when you have a structure that follows this rule, when you make it passive, you add to back in. He was made to go, not he was made go. And then optionally, you can add the subject by me. But you have to know that there are some exceptions to this. And the major exception is with the verb let. I let him go. Here we do not add to before the go. He was let go becomes the passive. And finally, there are some verbs that are almost always passive. And these verbs are born, repute, and rumour. I was born in 1998. You'll very rarely see this used in the active voice. In the past, it was possible to say, I bore a child. It is used a little bit nowadays, but it's hardly ever used. It's almost always was born, is born, has been born. It's almost always in the passive. Similarly with the verb repute. It is reputed to be the oldest discovery of its kind. Repute is to do with what people say about something. But you'll hardly ever see this used in an active sense. And also with rumour when it's a verb form. Rumour can be a noun, but in the verb form, it's almost always a passive structure. It is rumoured, people think in other words, that the king will visit next year. So those were the 25 rules for using the passive. But there's one more question we still need to answer. Why do we use the passive at all? Well, there are some good reasons why you should use the passive in some situations. The first reason is the passive is more formal. When you use the passive, it sounds more professional or academic. So if you want to increase the formality in your writing, make it sound more academic, more businesslike, then consider using some sentences in the passive. Another reason to use the passive is to focus on the subject. If I have a sentence such as, I saw a person walking down the street, but I want to emphasize the person more, then I may put the person at the front of the sentence. Instead, I could say, the person was seen walking down the street. Now the person's at the beginning, more focus is on that person. It becomes the subject of the sentence, the subject of what I'm talking about. Another reason is to avoid using the subject. This is useful when someone makes a mistake. Perhaps you know someone who accidentally drove their car and hit a wall. Instead of telling someone, I hit the wall, you might feel embarrassed, and it might be easier to say this instead. The wall was hit. But you can leave out the subject in the passive, so you don't have to say it was you at all. It's less embarrassing and it protects your identity. That's another reason why you could use the passive. You could also use the passive to avoid repetition. If you have a long paragraph where you say, I did this, I did that, I did another thing, you can change the order to avoid it being so repetitive and always starting with the same subject. Or you could use the passive to focus on the process, not the person. Instead of saying, for example, first I got the ingredients for the meal, then I put the ingredients together, then I put the ingredients in the oven, then I. Instead of doing that, where we focus on the person, perhaps we're more interested in communicating the process. In this case, it's better to use the passive. Ingredients were taken out of the cupboard. Ingredients were mixed together. It was placed in the oven. The meal was taken out of the oven. Do you see how we're now focusing on the process, not the person? And if we're interested in the process, that could be the best thing to do. So the basic rules for the first conditional are that you use if followed by the present simple and then a clause with will. Look at the example in green. If they arrive for the lecture early, they will get a seat near the front. If with the present simple, if they arrive, and then a clause with will, they will get. And this suggests a present or future consequence of a condition. The condition is that they arrive early, and the consequence or the outcome of that is they will get a seat near the front. So they need to do one thing for another thing to happen. And that's what conditionals are all about. Another way of saying this that's similar is to include then before the will clause. The word then makes it clearer that one thing depends on another. But now let's go into some more advanced uses of the first condition. One advanced use of the first conditional is to place will in the if clause. Now hold on, you may have been taught that you never put will in the if clause, but sometimes you do. Look at the example in green. If you will benefit from my assistance, I will help you with your work. And here what's happened is the condition in the if clause is a result of the second clause. So if still introduces the condition, if you will benefit from my assistance, but the condition is that there's a result from the consequence. I will help you with your work, and that leads to benefit from my assistance. And if this is a situation where the condition actually contains the result too, then we can place will in the if clause in this way. Another reason we'll put will in the if clause is for polite requests. If you will sign the register, we will let you join the class. So here normally we would say if you sign the register, but to indicate it's a polite request we can use will. Later on in this lesson we'll see that you can use would as well. Now so far we've only looked at conditionals with will, but we can use other modals too, such as might or could. If we run as fast as possible, we might catch the train, which you can see on the screen below. Now, why would we use might or could? Well, will indicates quite a high level of certainty in the consequence happening after the condition. But might reduces that certainty. So now it's a possible consequence, not a certain consequence. If we run as fast as possible, we might catch the train. It's possible to catch the train, but of course we might miss it as well. We can also use must. Now here we introduce something which is necessary as a condition. If you want to catch the train, you must arrive on time. To fulfill the condition, you must do something necessary. You can also use can. With can, fulfilling the condition leads to ability or a possibility becoming available. If we buy tickets for the sleeper carriage, we can sleep on the train. So here the consequence is not certain, it's just that the possibility is now opened up. It now becomes available because we fulfilled the condition. We bought the tickets for the sleeper carriage, now we have the ability to do what that enabled us to do, sleep on the train. And we can use should, and this introduces a consequence in the form of advice. If you want to get a seat on the train, you should travel at quiet times. So here the consequence is advice, not a certainty. Now there's something interesting about must and should with the first conditional, because sometimes must and should move the condition to the second clause. This is what happened in the example that we just looked at. If you want to get a seat on a train, you should travel at quiet times. Now, here, the condition is travel at quiet times, the part with should. The consequence comes in the if part, get a seat. You could actually have said, if you travel at quiet times, you will get a seat. But in this special situation, when you're talking about your needs or wants or wishes, and you use should in the second clause, the order actually gets reversed. So the condition comes with the should part or the must part. However, in other situations, the normal first condition rules apply. If you go to London, you should visit Big Ben. Here, the order is normal. Go to London is the condition. If that condition is met, then the following can happen. You should visit Big Ben. Now, there are lots of other first conditional rules too, and we're going to call them all advanced. So let's look at them one by one. Firstly, if with a past simple clause and then a clause with will. Now again, you may say, surely the past simple with if is the second conditional. Not here. If using a past situation to describe a likely future consequence, it is possible to use the past tense in the if clause. Now study this example. The examples in this part of the video are all going to be based on clothes or making clothes. So let's look at it. If the factory didn't use high quality materials when making your shirt, it will wear out quickly. So here, didn't use refers to a past situation. So the past situation was the condition affecting the consequence later. It's as if we don't know what happened in the past here, but we are imagining the consequences of the past relating to the present. So if this didn't happen in the past, we're not sure about it, but we're thinking maybe it didn't. So if it didn't, then this present situation will be true as a consequence. So it has the qualities of the first conditional because this is a real situation. It's just that the condition is something in the past and we don't actually know whether that condition was fulfilled or not. Another first conditional rule is we're using going to instead of will. Now, why would you use going to instead of will? Well, this is for a pre-planned consequence. If the materials arrive on time, I'm going to make socks tomorrow. Now, why going to here? It's because the plan already exists. The plan exists to make the socks. But there is one condition that needs to be fulfilled before that plan can be confirmed. So to emphasize, it's a plan and not just a consequence of the condition that we'll use going to. Now, you could have used will here as well, but going to is useful to say, I've already planned this, because that's why we use going to sometimes for the future. Another conditional rule is using should followed by an imperative clause. Look at the example at the bottom. If you should find the buttons, tell me so I can repair my coat. So if you should, if subject and then should. And then the imperative clause is where we put the verb at the beginning to give an instruction. Tell me. So this structure is used, looking at the words in black now, this structure is used when something probably won't happen, but you state the condition in case it does. It's interesting that should doesn't have anything to do with advice here. Should here indicates the condition is unlikely but might happen. So keep watching, keep looking. If you find the buttons, tell me. If you should find the buttons, tell me. Should indicates that you are looking out for something to happen that may not happen in this case. Variations on this structure include using happen to, which really works in the same way. If you happen to find the buttons, tell me so I can repair my coat. And also should happen to. There's no change in meaning. It's just words that some people use for the same thing. If you should happen to find the buttons, tell me so I can repair my coat. The previous example only had should, but now we've added in the extra part, should happen to. So if I should, if you should, if I happen to, if you happen to, if I should happen to, if you should happen to, all do the same thing. In certain situations, we can omit key words from the first conditional, such as if. In very informal situations, where using an if sentence to give quick instructions, we might omit if altogether, which means leave it out. You want to finish early? Work harder. But be aware, you may have noticed that the tone perhaps wasn't the friendliest, and that's true. So here's a warning. Omitting if to give a quick informal instruction can sound impatient, insistent, and possibly rude. So while it's a grammatical possibility, be careful when using it. And if you hear it, you've probably heard some annoyance as well from the speaker. Another way we can omit words is by omitting the subject followed by the verb to be. This could be used when giving very formal or official instructions. The imperative is sometimes used in the second clause instead of a structure with will, as in the example here. If told to leave, do so immediately. This is short for if you are told to leave, do so immediately. But to make it more formal, more official sounding, more like a command with authority, we've left out the subject and to be. Let's go on to using the word when. When is going to come up more when we look at the zero conditional. But sometimes it can be used in place of if and there isn't much change in the meaning at all. And in this particular case, when we omit the subject and to be, that's the case. So if we say when told to leave, do so immediately. There's not much difference to saying if told to leave, except that when indicates there's a very strong likelihood that something will take place. If is simply saying the time that it takes place, do this, but I'm not saying that I'm certain it will happen. Let's move on to the zero conditional then. First of all, we're going to look at the basic uses, and now our theme has changed. We're moving from summer to autumn and into winter here. So for the most basic use, we have if followed by a present simple clause and then another present simple clause here, not a will clause. Look at the example and then we'll look at the explanation. So the example's in green. If the weather turns cold, people don't go out in this town. In autumn, that's what happens. The weather goes cold. Here, if is used for things that will possibly happen and always lead to the same consequence. And that's the key difference here. By using the present simple in the second clause as well, we're indicating to our reader or listener that the condition always leads to the same consequence. So what we mean here is every time the weather turns cold, the consequence will be the same also every time. People don't go out. It's a natural reaction to the situation. But we could also use when as well. Now, why would we use when instead of if? Well, we use this structure for things that will definitely happen and will always lead to the same consequence. So when autumn arrives, the leaves on many trees turn brown. But we used when instead of if here because autumn always arrives. It's certain. It's not just a possibility. When I said, if it turns cold, I don't know if it's going to turn cold or not. But I'm just saying that should this be true, then the next consequence happens. When is different. When is something that will definitely happen. There's no doubt about it. When autumn arrives, of course, it will arrive. As with the first conditional, when clauses can be followed by a range of modals leading to different meanings. The key difference is that a when clause represents something that is guaranteed to happen. The modals don't change that, but they still introduce a new element of meaning. Let's look at a few here. When you get home, you must keep quiet. So in this case, we are certain that the person is going to get home. Perhaps they've just called you and they said they're 2 minutes away from being home. They're going to walk through the door any second. So we don't need to say if because we know it's going to happen. So we use when. When you get home, but here's what the consequence should be. So it's something necessary as a result. You must keep quiet. Must showing necessity. Might can be used as well. When you get home, I might be asleep. So one definite thing that's going to happen, get home. One possible thing that you'll discover on arrival, I might be asleep. Can, again, can be used when you get home. You can eat anything you find in the fridge. So you have some ability if this condition is met. And you should take your shoes off immediately. So there's some advice for you the moment that this happens. Rule 38 doesn't fit neatly into any of the conditionals, 0, first, second or third. If you must is a phrase all on its own, but we can use it as a condition. And this means a reluctant concession to someone else's wishes, or it could mean if it is entirely necessary, as in the example in red. I don't want you to go out at night, but if you must, please be careful. So here, if you must indicates that there is reluctance, but an acceptance that it might happen. So if the following thing has to happen, if it's entirely necessary, then please make sure the next thing happens, if you must. Now let's look at something called the second conditional, starting with the basic uses before we go on to the advanced. And the topic here is having enough money to buy a car. Here is the main second conditional structure. If followed by a past simple clause and then a clause with would. If I earned a lot of money, I would buy a bigger car. So here we have if I earned, if with a past simple clause, and then I would buy, a clause with would. And this does the following. It introduces a condition, if I earned a lot of money, leading to a present or future consequence, I would buy a bigger car. But the difference to the first conditional is this is a situation that is imaginary. It's very unlikely to happen in real life. So the person saying this doesn't think they're going to earn a lot of money. They're just imagining it. Now, with the second conditional, something happens to the verb to be that doesn't happen in many other situations. And that is we can use were when we would normally use was. If I were rich, I would choose to buy a fast car. So it is common to use were after these subjects, I or he or she or it, instead of was, when we normally would use was for the past simple of the verb to be. Now let's go on to advanced uses. Now sometimes this structure doesn't get followed by would, but it could get followed by a question. And this is one reason why. Look at the words in green first. If you were in my city last week, why didn't you visit me? So the structure is used here to mean if something is true, I have a related question. If you were in my city last week, the related question, why didn't you visit me? Now we often use this when we're talking about something that did happen in the past. It is often used when a person did something, but the second person doesn't understand why this didn't lead to a particular consequence. So the person speaking has heard that their friend was it, or they thought it was their friend. They heard that their friend was in their city last week. Perhaps someone told them. And that made them think, why didn't that lead to this consequence? Why didn't that person visit me? Why didn't this situation lead to another outcome? Another advanced use of the second conditional is when we put would into the if clause. Now, sometimes in informal conversational English, people use would in the if clause too. If you would earn a lot of money, would you buy a bigger car? Now, grammatically, many grammar books will tell you this is not correct. I'm simply including this in the video because it has slipped into English usage quite a lot. So it's worth knowing that people use it. But when you're writing, I suggest you stick to the old rules. Now, this also happens more commonly when we are making requests more formal or polite sounding. And there's a use of would to make everything more polite. And this is more valid and more accepted by grammar books. So the example here, I would prefer it if you would drive more slowly. Here the if clause comes second and the other clause comes first. But instead of saying if you drive more slowly or if you drove more slowly, by saying would drive, we're making it more polite. Would being that word that can make things more polite. Now, sometimes the clause after if in the past simple contains should, and this represents advice based on a hypothetical situation. For example, if you were paid $10,000 to do a parachute jump, you should do it. Now, what about you? What do you think? How much would I need to pay you to do a parachute jump? But here we're giving advice to someone. They offered you $10,000. You should do it. So should replaces would here because it requires advice instead. It's still an unlikely situation. It's still an imaginary situation, but the person is imagining the advice they would give if the condition was met, however unlikely. Now, might can be used too. If I were paid $20,000 to jump out of a plane, I might do it. So here we're saying that the consequence is possible, not certain. But it's still an unlikely situation because I don't think someone's going to pay me $20,000 to do it. Now, before we go on, let me mention that although should and might are used commonly in second conditional structures, other modals less so. So we saw in the first conditional and the zero conditional, we used words such as must as well. Less likely in the second conditional. But one other thing we can do is use will in the second clause instead of would. So there is this structure here, if followed by a clause with would and then a clause with will. And this is usually used when making a polite request with a promise of what happens if the request is granted. If you would let me do a parachute jump, so this is polite, then the following. I will donate to charity. Here, would does not indicate something being hypothetical. This is a real request. You're actually asking someone about a real situation. Please let me do this. I will do that. And sometimes we can use were to in the if clause and then the clause followed with would in the second clause. And this introduces a future hypothetical activity. If you were to jump out of a plane, your parents would be terrified. Would your parents be terrified? So again, it's still hypothetical, but it's placing it in the future. If you were to, this structure indicates something not present, but something coming up after. And there's more advanced uses of the second conditional still. You can use would it followed by the if part with a past simple clause. Would it be okay if I changed my mind about the parachute jump? Maybe that would happen to you. If you get into the plane, some people, when they get into the plane, finally decide they don't want to do a parachute jump at all. Now, this is a polite way of asking if you can or can't do a certain activity. You front it, which means put the words at the beginning with would it. And it's normally would it be something? Would it be acceptable? Would it be possible? Would it be okay? But for is often used to introduce the only reason why a situation did not happen. But for the storms, we would have jumped out of a plane today. The storms were the only reason why this did not happen. And if it wasn't for is similar to but for, but it's often used to introduce something that saved a situation from a bad consequence. If it wasn't for John, I would never have fulfilled my ambitions to jump out of a plane. John obviously persuaded me. John helped me get used to the idea. John reassured me. And so I did it. But John was the only reason. If it wasn't for John, no, I would never have fulfilled my ambitions. So let's leave the second conditional behind, and now let's go on to the third conditional. And we're going to use the topic of a failed exam. First of all, the basic use of the third conditional. The structure in the basic use is as follows. If followed by a past perfect clause, then in the second clause, a clause with would have and the past participle. And this looks back at past situations and imagines how they might have been different. If I had studied harder, I would have passed my exams. Have you ever been in that situation? It's not now, it's in the past. The exams are in the past, you failed, and you're thinking, I should have done something else. Now, although this structure usually refers to a past consequence in the second clause, it can also refer to a present or future consequence if the context allows. Study this example here. If I had studied harder, I would have reached a higher level by now. So something happened in the past. I didn't study hard. And that past situation meant there was actually a present consequence. I'm not at the level I should be. Now let's go on to advanced uses. Now, sometimes we can use would be in the second clause instead of would have and the past participle. So this is an alternative to what we just saw before about a past situation having a present or future consequence. If I had studied harder, I would be studying at a higher level. So here it's would be studying, not would have been or would have studied. So we're still imagining things. We're still imagining the past. We're still thinking, I didn't study hard enough in the past. Could things have been different? Well, if I had studied harder, if things were different in the past, then here's the consequence. But the consequence is now a present one. I would be studying at a higher level now. Sometimes we could use could have with the past participle instead of would have. Now here it introduces a possible consequence. Had a certain situation been different in the past? If I had revised every day, I could have passed my exams. Now might can be used instead of could here. If I had revised every day, I could have passed my exams. But again, must and should are uncommon in the third conditional. Let's go on to short forms with if. We can use this short phrase, if anything, followed by a clause. Now, if anything is an adverbial, and this introduces a clause meaning the following. If there is any possibility of the previous thing being true, then this should happen instead. Study the example closely. It's split into two sentences here. I don't think I should invite her to dinner. If anything, she should invite me. So, if anything, introduces the truth of the situation. Considering what was in the sentence before, well, I don't think that's true. If anything, well, that introduces what should happen instead. If anything, she should invite me. Another short form of if is if so, and this simply links a consequence back to a condition in the previous sentence. Why don't you see if you can get some time off next Friday? If so, we can accept your mother's invitation. So try to get time off next Friday. Let's see if you're successful. If so means if you are successful with this. If you are successful, here is the potential consequence or result or something that becomes possible. We can accept your mother's invitation. If not is also used in a number of ways, and this is a consequence of a condition in the previous sentence not being fulfilled. Why don't you see if you can get some time off next Friday? If not, ask for a day off at the weekend. So if not suggests that the condition in the sentence before is not fulfilled, and therefore you have to take a different course of action. Now, if not can also be used to introduce an intensification like this. Often, if not always, she invites us to her birthday party. What does that mean here? Well, often she invites us to her birthday party, but if I've got it wrong about being often, then actually it's more rather than less. So I'm intensifying the often. When I'm saying often, I probably mean more than often. Often, if not always, it intensifies the often. Sometimes we can invert structures when we're talking about conditionals. Sometimes this causes if to disappear. In the first example, look at the words in green first. Were I to spend time with my son, I would play games with him. Now, this is a second conditional structure, but the word if has gone and the subject and verb have swapped places. Not if I were, but just were I. And this is an alternative to if I were for the second conditional. It's followed by either to plus a verb or an adjective or a noun phrase. But it's still got the same hypothetical second conditional meaning and would in the second clause. With the third conditional, instead of saying if I had, I could say had plus I. So we have a clause starting with had and the subject. And then in the second clause, we still have the same, would have in the past participle. Had I spent more time with my son, I would have played games with him. Another form of inversion happens with the word should, and this time it represents the first conditional. Should there be no school today, I will take my son to the park. So instead of using if here, we invert the structure, but should goes at the beginning. Several structures are possible with if only. Firstly, if only with a past tense clause. Now, this actually introduces a desire for something to be different in the present, similar to the second conditional. If only the weather was better. I'm meaning now. If we use a clause with would, then this indicates a desire for something to be different in the future. If only it would stop raining. So from this moment onwards, I want it to stop raining. If you use a past perfect clause, this is when you look back to the past and wish that the outcome of something was different to the reality. If only it had been a sunny day yesterday. There are many alternative words that you can use in the place of if as well. Supposing is one of those. This is similar to if in the first clause, but it often leads to a question in the second clause. For example, looking at the food here, we have this worry. Supposing the delivery of the food for the lunch is late, how will we feed all of our guests? We can also use the word imagine. This can turn an if clause into an independent sentence. Imagine if everyone had enough food. All charities would close. So we still have if here, but after the word imagine, it becomes a sentence on its own. But sometimes we can use imagine to introduce a hypothetical situation without if as well. Imagine life in an igloo. What's an igloo? It's that snow house that is in a kind of a circle that people build in cold places where there's snow. But imagine life in an igloo, in a snow house. It would be challenging for someone who comes from a hot country to cook in it. So here we don't use if at all. We're just imagining a situation and then responding to it. Provided that or providing both introduce a unique condition for the consequential clause, and it's often used as a first conditional. provided that the food has been cooked thoroughly, it will be safe. So provided that this condition needs to be met, and then the consequence will be true. And on condition that is means that the second clause can only be fulfilled after the first condition is also fulfilled. On condition that you get qualified, you can work as our cook. So here, we're offering someone the opportunity to cook our food. Perhaps as an employment, you can be the cook for the restaurant. But there's one condition. You must fulfill this condition. Get qualified. So long as is similar. So long as you get qualified, you can become our cook. There's one thing you need to do, and then the next part can be fulfilled. What if introduces a one-sentence hypothetical question about a condition? What if the food doesn't arrive? What would we do next? And now for some final bits. Here's some things not to forget. Remember that the order of clauses in a conditional can usually be reversed. So if you say, if you speak, I will answer, you can switch it around. I will answer if you speak. For the common uses of the first conditional, second conditional, third conditional, and zero conditional, that can always happen. But there were some structures in them which were more advanced uses where you could not, particularly if they're not full clauses. Will, would, and had can be contracted informally to apostrophe LL or apostrophe D. Would and had both contract to apostrophe D, so you have to use the rest of the context of the sentence to know which one it is. If you speak, I'll answer. Now for a few more final bits that will just finish off your knowledge of the conditionals. We could use an imperative clause before an if or when clause. We can do this in these ways. Answer him if he speaks. Remember, the imperative is an instruction where we put the verb at the beginning before putting anything to do with anyone else. We don't include the subject. We simply put the verb and it's an instruction. Answer him if he speaks. That's present. Ask him if he will come to dinner. So the will indicates future here. And listen to him when he speaks. And the word when indicates always do this. Unless can introduce a conditional meaning except if. Unless you listen to the speaker, you won't know the answer. Let's turn that around. You won't know the answer, but there's one reason that this would be different. You listen to the speaker. So unless introduces this one reason why that consequence would be different. Even if introduces a conditional with the sense that doing something won't enable the condition to be fulfilled. Even if you read all of the books, you won't learn what the lecturer can tell you. So even if says you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. You can do as much of this particular situation, read all the books, as you like. It still won't affect the next condition. You won't learn what the lecturer can tell you. Can for extreme surprise. Before we look at this in more detail, let's remind ourselves of some of the basic uses of can. We can use can for ability, permission, requests, possibility, and negative deduction. With ability, I can play the guitar. It's something I am able to do. With permission, you can start the exam, but you can't use your phone. Someone tells you if it's permitted or not. With requests, can you pass me the salt? With possibility, you can walk up the hill on this path or you can go by bike. In other words, it is possible to do either one thing or the other thing. With negative deduction, we are working out that something cannot be the right answer in the present. And note this is only used in the negative with the word can. But let's go back to can for extreme surprise. Let's look at a couple of pictures first to get a better understanding of what we mean. Do you ever remember being in an exam like this? Let's say the exam started at 2 o'clock and you work really hard at this exam, so hard that you don't notice that all the time has already passed. The trouble is you haven't finished the exam and you are so surprised that the exam has finished already. And you say this, "It can't be time to finish. It feels like I've just started." So here, can't does not mean that something isn't true. The situation is true. We're using can't to show our surprise that it's true. We're surprised that it's time to finish. In another example, have you ever finished first in something? If you have, you might have said this, "We won first prize. Can you believe it?" Now here, can you believe it doesn't mean that you don't believe it or you should be able to believe it, but what it means is it's hard to believe. The situation is true and it's hard to believe. Can you believe it? I'm finding it hard. So can is used for extreme surprise. And now something to help you with your learning. Learning is always better when there is a task and interaction. So I have a task for you. Which common use of modal verbs has been missed out of this video? Watch carefully, type your answer in the comments, and I'll let you know if you were right. Now for the modal verb could. Here are some basic uses of could. Ability in the past, which is general, polite requests, past possibility, and suggested actions. With ability in the past, an example might be, I could touch my toes when I was a child. It's something I could generally do when I was a child, not at one specific moment, and it's in the past. With polite requests, could you help me with my homework? It's slightly more polite than using can. With possibility, we could see the beach from our hotel room. It's something that was possible to do, and again, it's in the past. With suggested actions, the front door is locked. You could try the back door. So could here introduces a suggestion. But there are some more advanced uses of could. For example, past permission, present deduction, and past deduction. With past permission, they could play in the park when they were younger, but now they are too old. It's something they were allowed to do when they were younger. With present deduction, they could be hiding. This is what we think might be the case at the moment. But with past deduction, the parents could have called them home. This is what we think might have happened before now. But it's all to do with our thinking based upon what we know. It's deduction. But now for a more detailed look at the most advanced uses of could. And number 29 on our list is could never have. Here's someone who has a job. They think everything is going well until one day they get fired. The manager tells them they no longer have their job. And the worker says this, I could never have imagined this happening. And here, could never have means I was unable to. I was unable to see what was going to happen. Number 28 is I tried how I could. Let's continue our story of the person who's lost their job. A colleague of theirs then goes to the manager and begs the manager to give them their job back. And they tell their friend this, I tried how I could to stop him. And here this means with all my ability. I tried how I could. 27, I could not, can sometimes be used for I don't, but this is particularly old-fashioned English. It's something you're more likely to read than to hear. Imagine you have someone in your family, perhaps an uncle, who has gone to prison. They're being released from prison, but you're not happy about it. You say this: "My uncle has been released from prison, though I could not wish to see him at present." And here "I could not wish" means I don't wish to. But again, let me remind you, this is a more old-fashioned use of English. And 26 is unreal past possibility. Has anyone given you lots of presents that you weren't expecting? Maybe you've said this before: "My father gave me an amazing gift. It's more than I could have wished for." And here, "could have wished for" means imagining what was possible in the past. Perhaps in the past, I may have had these wishes, and this was more than those wishes I had in the past. I couldn't have wished for more. It wasn't possible to wish for more. And lastly, with could, future deduction. Here's a lady who enjoys dancing until one day she gives up. It's sad that she stopped dance classes. She could have become a famous dancer. And here, could have become means a possible future outcome which will now never happen. So we're familiar with could have being for the past, as in past deduction. But this situation is not past. We're thinking about a possibility for the future. But it's a possibility for the future that is not going to happen because she's decided to stop dancing. So we are deducing, we are imagining, we are speculating the possibility that could have existed in the future. This is something that is in the future in our minds, where we're thinking about what the future would look like when we get there. But it's not going to happen. It's an unreal future situation, and we can use could have to represent that. Now let's look at the modal verb would. There are many advanced uses of would, but let's start with the basic uses. At a basic level, we can use would for the past of will for reported speech, past habits and routines, being hypothetical, and polite requests. As the past of will, we could say this: they said they would return next summer. So here, somebody or some people have said, we will return next summer. But when it's reported to someone else, will becomes would in reported speech. They said they would return next summer. With past habits and routines, the circus would come to my town every year when I was young. So this is something that was a routine every year. It happened regularly, so we use would for that. With being hypothetical, the example we have here: if I were braver, I would work with lions in a zoo. So we are imagining a situation which is not real, and we use would. But note, this is a present situation. And with polite requests, would you give up your chair for the elderly lady? Would is more polite than will or can. But there are also some more advanced uses too. We can use would for the future in the past. For example, the day ended badly, it would get better the next day. So would introduces the next day, but it's the next day from the time in the story, not from now. It's the future compared to a past time. With past refusal, I wouldn't go to the zoo last year because there were no birds there. So they refused, and wouldn't shows it's a past refusal. With the next example, I'm not surprised you're going, I would do the same. Here the subject, which is I, comments as if they were doing it. I would do the same here means my actions and your actions would be equal. There would be no difference between them. So would indicates that this is my action if I stand in your place. And it can be the same in the past using would have. I'm not surprised you didn't go. I would have done the same. But now let's look at the most advanced uses of would. 24 is make claims less direct. Let me walk you through an example to show you what I mean. So imagine that you are looking at some research and you read one paper of research that says yes about the topic, but then you read another paper that says no about the same topic. And you might think this: the results were different to the previous study. This would suggest that one of the studies made a mistake. Let's focus on would suggest here. Would suggest means I think this is true, but I don't want to appear overconfident. Because we could have just said this suggests that one of the studies made a mistake. We don't have to use would. The effect of would here is simply to take the emphasis off the suggest. It makes it appear less confident, less assuming. And we do this a lot, particularly in formal academic writing. We use would followed by an opinion word when we are introducing conclusions about something, where we want to say, this is what I think the truth is, but I don't want you to think I'm being arrogant or overconfident. Would just lessens the impact of the word and makes it less direct for the person reading it. 23 is stating preferences. If you've been to the United Kingdom, you'll know what the dish is on the left. This is fish and chips. On the right, we have steak. Which one do you prefer? Well, the person here says this in response to the question, would you like fish and chips? They say, I would rather have a steak, please. So here, would rather introduces my preference. We could also say would prefer as well. 22 is future speculation. Would you like to go on a holiday to this place? But do you not have enough time? You might say this: it would have been nice to go on holiday, but I've far too much to do. So here I'm imagining about a holiday in the present or the future. We're not talking about the past. I would like to go on holiday in the future, but it's not possible. So I am imagining what the situation could be like if it were true. It would have been nice. 21 is as luck would have it. Imagine you buy a new house. You go upstairs, you look under the pillow, and you find money under the pillow. And you say this: when we entered our new home, as luck would have it, we found money under the bed. And here, as luck would have it, means very lucky. It's an adverbial phrase that we add when we want to say that we've been very lucky in a particular situation. And number 20 is would you believe it? Imagine you meet the king and the king comes over to you and shakes your hand. Would you believe it? The king shook my hand. In other words, it's hard to believe. Would you believe it? I'm finding it hard to believe. Let's move on to some more modal verbs. And this time we're looking at may and might. Firstly, some basic uses: logical deduction for the present, logical deduction for the past, permission with may, and offering good wishes with may. With logical deduction for the present, the train might be coming. I can hear it in the distance. So this is where we work something out based on what we know now. Logical deduction in the past is working something out based on what probably happened before. The train may have left. It's not at the station. So here we're thinking about something that probably happened in the past. With permission, we only use may. May I sit next to you? And if you offer good wishes, this is also may. May you enjoy good health in the new year. But there are some more advanced uses as well. And number 19 in our list of advanced modal verbs is may as well or might as well. Let's go back to our idea of being in an exam. Let's imagine you're taking the exam and you come across some questions that you just don't know the answer to. I may as well give up. I don't know any of the answers. And here, may as well or might as well means I can't succeed and I think this is what I should do. So we say this when we are in a more negative situation. We come to the end of something and we think, this is what I should do next because I'm failing. I may as well give up. Now notice may as well is quite similar to may well, but may well or might well are different. I may well give up means it's very possible that I will give up. May as well has a negative indication to it. May well could be positive or negative. May well simply states a higher level of possibility. May as well has a sense of what you should do when there is a problem. Number 18 is past lamentation. What do I mean by past lamentation? Stay with me, I will explain. Have you ever ridden a bike and found it has a problem with its brakes, causing a problem such as a crash? Now, if someone has lent you the bike, you're probably going to be angry with them that they gave you a bike and the brakes didn't work on that bike. You might say this, you might have told me the brakes didn't work. I could have had a bad crash. And here, might have told means you should have done this. You should have told me. And I'm also feeling annoyed about it. You might have told me the brakes didn't work. You should have done this. 17 is might, meaning strength. Now here, strength is a noun. And I've included this because in this situation, might is not a modal verb, but it may confuse you to hear the word might being used as a noun. So it's important to know that this can happen. And here is some context about how you might hear it. Imagine your car is broken down and you need to push it off the road. But I tried with all my might, but I could not move the car. And here, my might means my strength. So if you see the word might followed by an article or an adjective or some kind of determiner, pronoun, it doesn't mean a modal verb. Here it means strength. And 16 is future speculation. You want to go to London, but unfortunately you can't. I'm sad we're not going to London next year. We may have been able to see Big Ben. So this is future speculation on a situation which is not possible. It's similar to could have been. So we could have been able to see Big Ben. Could have, may have, and might have all work in the same way when it comes to future speculation. Should is another modal verb with advanced uses, but let's look at the basic uses first, which are advice or suggestions, obligation, or the right thing to do. So with suggestions, you should stop smoking. It's bad for you. With obligation, children should not play ball games on the grass. Here, there's an indication that someone is giving permission or giving orders. And the right thing to do, we should tell the hotel that we broke the shower. It would be wrong to deny it. So here, there is no obligation, and it's not necessarily advice, we're simply exploring the right thing to do. Now for some more advanced uses. We could use should when it's a good idea for the past that didn't happen. For example, I should have started learning English when I was younger. I'd be fluent by now. So should have started here is something that would have been a good idea in the past, but I didn't do it. So I'm expressing the fact that I wished this is something I had done in the past. The next example is the opposite. It happened, but it wasn't a good idea. And here we use shouldn't have. I shouldn't have spent so much time doing nothing. Now I'm poor. And we can also use should in conditionals to say what is expected in the situation. If you're cold, you should put a coat on. This is what I expect. But now for the most advanced uses of should. And at number 15, the planned time of events. Imagine you are thinking about a stadium and a football match, and you want to know, when does the football match start? And the answer is it should start at 3 p.m. And this is the planned time for when it will start, referring either to the present, that's if you're expecting it to start now, or for the future. If you're thinking about later, it should start at 3 p.m, meaning later. But it can also be for previously planned time, with a slight difference. It should have started at 2 p.m, but it has been delayed because of the bad traffic. So there was a previous planned time, 2 p.m, and now it's not that time anymore. Note that we can use should have with this meaning in the past, present, or future. With the past, you may not know if it started at that time. Maybe in this case, you're talking to someone at 2:30 and you notice you're outside the stadium and then you notice there's not much noise. And you say to your friend, has the football match started? It should have started at 2 p.m. So here it's in the past. You're talking at 2:30 p.m. But you're imagining if that expected situation happened or not in the past. With the future, the planned time has changed. It should have started at 2 p.m. in the future, but it has been delayed because of the bad traffic. So here, perhaps you're talking at 1 p.m. You're looking forward in time. It should have started at 2 p.m. But there's been a change. So when you're using should have for planned time in the future, then you're talking about a time which has now changed. If you're talking about should have for the past, you're talking about something where you do not know if it changed or not. You're simply saying this was the expectation of how it should be. Number 13 is ought to and ought not. Now, in some ways, this is not an advanced feature, but it becomes advanced when we look at the grammatical arrangement of the words. In positive statements, ought to can replace should in formal situations. And it's important to remember that. Ought to is a formal alternative for should. It often means exactly the same. In questions, use ought without to. Ought you be doing that? Your parents told you not to. But in negatives, you use ought not to or ought not. For example, we ought not do that. Our parents told us not to. Or we ought not to do that. So the advanced thing about ought is the different arrangements of language in the question form and the negative form. So it's important to remember those and to get those right. 12 is future expectation. Are you going to a wedding this year? If you are, you might say this. We're going to a wedding. It should be a wonderful occasion. This is what we expect to happen. It's similar to point 15 about planned time. But in this case, we're simply stating our expectation of what the situation will be like in the future. Now let's look at the modal verb shall. Firstly, the basic uses. And before we begin, let's look at the point at the bottom because that's really important. Shall is generally a more formal and less used version of will, except in some situations. But let's go through these basic uses first. Shall can be used for the future as with will. We shall visit our aunt and uncle tomorrow. We could have said we will visit. It's used for polite offers. Shall I give you some assistance? And also for indication of requirements. Everyone shall leave the area immediately. It's too dangerous to stay. And this last point leads in to the more advanced use of shall, which is added obligation. Here we have someone looking at their watch because it's about to get dark. What happens in this situation? Well, sometimes a parent will tell a child, you shall get back before it's dark. Now here, shall is a stronger instruction than will. If you say you will get back before it's dark, it just sounds like you're predicting the future. But if you say you shall get back before it's dark, then you're more than predicting the future. You're indicating to them, I require this of you. I'm putting added obligation on. With must, there are a number of rules at the basic level, the C1 level and the C2 level. Let's start with the basic rules. We can use must for obligation or prohibition, strong recommendation, or certainty in the present. With obligation, you must not walk on the grass. This is a rule. With strong recommendation, you must go on a river trip while you're here. This doesn't mean there's a rule, but we strongly recommend it. And with they must be on the boat trip, we're indicating that we have certainty in the present that this is true. At a slightly more advanced level, we have certainty in the past, annoyance and determination. With certainty in the past, he must have left his phone in his bag. I can hear it ringing. With annoyance, must you talk so loudly? And here must is stressed and it has the effect of showing that you're not happy with the situation. With determination, I must carry on. I'm so close to the finish. And here must is almost as if you are putting a rule on yourself. Even though, of course, you could break your own rule, but it's to do with determination. If I say I must do something, then you're telling yourself this is a rule for yourself. Make it a rule so that you will make sure it happens. What about the most advanced uses then? Well, we have phrases such as it must be, and then a word in the middle, and then that. Let's explore this a bit more. Have you ever been late for a bus or a train or a plane? Will the bus, train or plane wait for you if you're late? Usually, no. You might see a notice like this. It must be emphasised that the plane will leave even if you are late. And here, must be emphasised means I'm stressing the importance. And we can use this construction, must be, followed by a word, followed by that, to stress the importance. It must be noted. It's important to note something. It must be stated. It's important to state something. So this is a really good advanced phrase to use if you want to stress the importance of something. Number 9 is need. And again, this is to do with the grammar that we use following the word need. Let's introduce need first of all along with have to, because need to and have to can be used instead of must for obligation, prohibition and strong recommendation. They cannot substitute must in all situations. Have to can also be used for present certainty. This has to be true, but we don't say this needs to be true. That means something completely different. With need to, we have some grammatical complications that are similar to ought to. We add to in the positive sentences. You need to do this. To is optional in the negative sentences. You don't need to do this. You need not do this. Or you need to not do this. There's various options with need. And in questions, to is not normally used at all. Need I go? Yes or no. But we don't need to. We don't see need I to go, just need I go. Number 8 is needs must. Here's someone who's working all day, and look at the time, there's a little moon in the window. He's also working at night. Why is he working so hard? He says this, I don't want to work overtime, but needs must. In other words, it is necessary to meet your needs. If you say needs must, it means I'm doing something because I have to meet my needs. I have to have enough money to live. I have to have enough food. I have to do something that is absolutely essential for my life. And when that happens, you can say needs must. Just simply like that. Notice it's like it's in a clause all of its own. Needs is like the subject and must is like a verb. Needs must. Full stop. That's the end of the sentence. It's a really unusual structure in English, but we do use it a lot as natives. Number 7 is must as a noun. Again, it's important to recognise that must very occasionally is not used as a modal verb, but a noun. So you need to be able to recognise it when you see it or hear it. Here's an example. Here's a picture of, can you guess? Have you been here? This is the Alps range of mountains in Europe. People say it's beautiful in the summer. In fact, they could say something like this. Walking through the Alps is a must. It's so beautiful. And here a must is something you should do, or perhaps something you should have. We're coming towards the end of our exploration of modal verbs, but we've missed out this major modal verb so far, will. There are lots of basic uses of will. Strong requests. Will you help me right now? This is less polite than would. Future certainty. It will be cold this winter. If you're certain, you could use will. Predictions with no physical evidence. Your mother will be mad when she sees the mess you have made. This is what you feel is going to happen, but you don't have physical evidence. You haven't seen the mother, so you use will rather than going to. You use going to when you do have physical evidence. Maybe you'll say going to because you've had a phone call with your mother and she has made it very clear about how she feels. You've got physical evidence. But if there's no physical evidence, it's just what you think, use will. Promises use will. I will pay you once I have the money. Or if you make an offer, don't worry, I'll help you. If you have an intention that was unplanned or a decision that was unplanned, then you can use will here. Imagine you go to court and the court says something against you. And you think the judgment is unfair, so I will appeal against the court's decision. It's an intention, it's a response, it was unplanned, but it's a decision. Also, as a more basic use, is future continuous. She will be running in the marathon at this time tomorrow. So we're anticipating an activity in progress at a particular time in the future. The future perfect. She will have finished the marathon by the end of tomorrow. So this is something that will be in the past at a particular time in the future. Sometime between now and the end of tomorrow, she will have finished the marathon. Or a refusal. I won't jump out of the plane. I'm far too scared. So won't here indicates a refusal in the present. But what about these more advanced uses? The first one, at number 6, is will for threats. Imagine someone is preventing you from opening this door. You get angry with them and you say this: "Don't get in my way. I'll call security if you do." So here, will is a threat. I will do this. You will be in trouble. At number 5, we can use the will for the present. Imagine you go to a conference with lots of people, and the speaker, you notice, is wearing this pink ribbon. Now, in the UK and some other countries, people wear a pink ribbon for this particular reason. You will have noticed that I'm wearing a pink ribbon. This is in memory of people who have suffered from cancer. So here, will have noticed is referring to the knowledge that people have at the time. You're anticipating that people saw this ribbon before you spoke. So you will have noticed means in the past, before now, you noticed this. This is what I expect to be true before now. And this is our shared knowledge of now. So will have noticed means I expect or assume that you noticed it before now. It's a kind of present perfect, but using will. Number 4 is annoying behaviour. Have you ever been in a situation where someone is getting in the way? For example, he will interfere in our games. Here you're expressing your annoyance that someone interferes a lot. He will interfere. And we can use will in this way to express annoyance at someone's behaviour. He will always be late. She will leave the lights on. And what's important here is you put extra stress on the word will to show that you are using it for annoyance, not for the future. At number 3, typical behaviour. This girl always does this after dinner. So if someone is saying, "Why don't you ask this girl out after dinner?" you could respond, "Don't ask her to come out after dinner. She will always watch her favourite programme at that time." Here, will always watch means it's a regular activity in the present and probably continuing into the future. It's like saying, "This is our expectation." Similar to when we said, "You will have noticed," meaning my expectation of what you noticed in the past. Here, without have, this is our expectation of a regular activity that's present, but carrying on beyond the present. And number 2, again, addresses the fact that will can be used as a noun. So it's important to know that so that you don't get confused when you see it or hear it. Now, there are several uses of will as a noun, but desire is not often known until you get to an advanced level of English. Look at this example. Here's someone who's tired, and the reason is because they can't run anymore. "I just don't have the will to finish the race." And here the will means I don't have the desire. I don't have the desire to finish the race. I don't have the will. There are other uses of will as a noun, such as something that says what's going to happen to your possessions upon death. But this is a good one to know. The will means desire. And that leads us to number 1. And number 1 involves a modal verb that is often missed out from English language teaching. That's probably because sometimes it's a modal verb and sometimes it's not. It's the word dare. Dare can be a modal verb in some situations. Let's first of all look at what it means. It means to be brave enough to do something or encourage someone else to be brave when it's followed by an object. So I dared to go out in the snow. This is about me being brave enough to do something. She dared us to cross the weak bridge. This is encouraging someone else to be brave. Now, it doesn't look like a modal verb in this situation, but it changes when we get into the negative or question form. Have a look at the statements now. I don't dare go out in the snow. Dare you cross the weak bridge? Now, notice here we've left out the word to. We simply say, I don't dare go out in the snow. So we have dare followed by the infinitive without to. And the same with the question, dare you cross the weak bridge? Here we would never use to. Some people might try it with the negative statement, I don't dare to go out in the snow. But in the question form, we would never use it. We would always say dare without to. And notice that dare begins the sentence. And that is something that is reserved for auxiliary verbs and modal verbs. And for that reason, we qualify dare as a modal verb. But before we finish, let me address a controversy in English grammar. Is the phrase had better a modal verb or not? If you look in this situation, you may think that it is. You had better say sorry. You've really upset her. So here we have had better followed by the infinitive without to. Had better means this is a good idea. In fact, you should do this. It has more urgency than should. It really stresses the importance of something. But we don't really use it at the beginning of a question. But did you spot the missing modal verb meaning in one of the descriptions of the basic uses of modal verbs? If you think you did, leave a message in the comment and I will reply and tell you if it is the one I was expecting you to say. And if you think you've spotted a use of a modal verb that I've not covered at all, put that in the comments too, so we can all benefit from your knowledge. Starting with alternatives to coordinators. Let's remember the basics before looking at these advanced alternatives. The basics are for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. These are the 7 coordinating conjunctions, and these are used to join equal grammatical structures such as clauses or nouns. If you want to join clauses, then you'll need to use these. But when you're joining nouns, there are lots of alternatives. For example, along with. He started work along with his colleague. Along with introduces an accompanying item, so it's similar to and in its meaning. He started work and his colleague started work. He started work along with his colleague. Also combined with. Combined with is used for 2 things that act as one. They used skill combined with effort to complete the work. So there was skill, there was effort, put them together and you have the ability to complete the work. We also could use together with. Together with links 2 items that occur concurrently. In other words, at the same time. For instance, the manager called me together with my colleague to a meeting. Who was called to the meeting? Me and my colleague. Me together with my colleague. And in addition to introduces an extra item. So it's like and, but actually something more because it's adding extra detail. We had new tools in addition to the ones we already had. Now we could have said we had new tools and the ones we already had, but this tells us that the new tools are an extra. So it adds a little bit of extra meaning here. Next, let's look at subordinators of time. Basic subordinators of time include before, after, and when. And let's look at an example of how we could use when as a subordinator. The cloud started clapping when the music stopped. Now, subordinators are a little different to coordinators. With a subordinator, you have 2 clauses, you have a main clause, and then the subordinate clause. The subordinate clause gives extra information which is dependent upon the main clause. The main clause could exist as a sentence on its own. The subordinating clause could not. So it's different to coordinators which join 2 elements that are equal together. And the subordinator always goes at the beginning of the subordinating clause. So here, when the music stopped, when is the subordinator, and the subordinating clause is when the music stopped. Now, these are fairly basic subordinators of time. More advanced subordinators of time include just as. For instance, the cloud started clapping just as the music stopped. Just as introduces something at exactly the same time. As long as can mean for a certain length of time. We promised to keep on playing as long as the people wanted. Or you could say for as long as the people wanted. As soon as is different to as long as. As soon as gives the moment when something else can happen. The band will start playing as soon as the pianist arrives. So when the pianist arrives, this is the moment that the other thing can happen, that the band can start playing. The moment can mean immediately when. The music started the moment that the lights came on. Exactly then. So it's linking the time to the main clause. The music started as the main clause, and the phrase after the clause after the moment introduces the time that the main clause happened. And at the time that, well, that's similar to the moment, but it's not quite as precise here. Look at the example. Most people were home at the time that the band was playing. Now, here at the time that the band was playing, it's not necessarily one specific moment. It's a general period of time. So this focuses on the general period of time, not the specific moment in the way that the moment would. Next, let's look at subordinators of place. Basic ones are where, wherever, or everywhere. But let's make it more advanced. In the location where means the precise place of the next clause. For instance, I'll meet you in the location where the map indicates. So similar to simply saying where, but in the location puts more emphasis on that precise point. In the vicinity of is followed by a noun or noun phrase, and it means near this place. I expect it is in the vicinity of the campsite. At the point where is similar to in the location, but even more precise than that. At the point where the river meets the sea, there are strong currents. So not around the place, not near the place, but exactly on the place. At the point is exactly on the place. And in whichever place is a more formal alternative for phrases or words such as anywhere. There's lots to see in whichever place you arrive. So it means anywhere, but more formal than that. One more subordinator of place. At wherever means in any of places of this type. Let's look at the example. Feel free to stop for a rest at wherever you find a bench. So there might be many benches that you could find, but at wherever means when you find a bench, then at that place, do the thing in the main clause. Feel free to stop for a rest. Let's move on to subordinators of manner. And subordinators of manner include as and like, but an advanced subordinator of manner could be in the way that. And in the way that introduces the manner of the main clause activity. The cafe was decorated in the way that the customers requested. Let's pull this apart into two bits. The cafe was decorated. That's the main clause. That could exist on its own. But we add this subordinate clause to tell us more about the way it happened, the manner it happened. How was it decorated? In this particular way, in the way that the customers requested. And often with the subordinators of manner, where you see the word way, it could be replaced with manner. It could even be replaced with the word fashion, in the way that, in the manner that, in the fashion that. However, is a surprising one here because we expect this to appear with linkers of contrast, but it can actually be used as a subordinator of manner. And here, however, can mean no matter which way. We tried every way and all of them had the same result. Look at the example. They couldn't serve everyone on time, however hard they tried. So here, however, doesn't mean a contrast. Here, however, means no matter which way. They tried this way, they tried that way, they tried another way. None of them worked. However hard they tried. However can optionally be followed by an adverb. It could have been however they tried, but you can often say however hard they tried, however much they tried, or another similar adverb. We could also say in whatever way. And this means it doesn't matter which way. We'll make sure everyone gets a seat in whatever way we can. We'll do everything. It doesn't matter what we have to do. We will make this happen. We'll make sure the thing in the first clause happens. And in such a way. In such a way means a particular way to enable an action of this type. So again, thinking about our coffee shop or our cafe, the owners might say this: we've organised the chairs in such a way that you can sit together. So we have organised it in a particular way, in such a way, which enables the following to be successful. Another type of subordinator is a subordinator of distance. We often use as followed by an adverb and as to create subordinators of distance, such as far as. But other ways of doing it include to the point where or to the point that. Now, to the point where or that introduces the direction and the destination. She got to the point where the children's books were kept. So what does that mean? She went in this direction and she arrived at the destination she planned. She got to the point where. We could have said she got to the point that. That and where can often be used interchangeably, but that can also be a subject where cannot be a subject. At the point where or at the point that is slightly different to the point. To the point meant we go somewhere and we reach a place. At the point focuses on that exact place. We stopped searching at the point where the books ended. To the extent that it's a little bit more abstract. It gives us this idea of distance, but in our minds, in a thinking sense. It refers to distance in a more of an abstract sense. For example, we're thinking how much distance is there, not necessarily from here to another place, but from here to another concept or here to another number. Let's go back to our books theme for this subordinator. The library was successful to the extent that satisfaction was 100%. So here there was a length of distance in terms of the satisfaction rating from one rating to another. And to the extent means this much, this far. Now let's go on to subordinators of frequency. We're probably familiar with words such as whenever or as often. But other subordinators of frequency include each time, which introduces the individual times something happens. Each time the cockerel crowed, the other chickens looked up. So crowed is when the cockerel sings its song and then all the other chickens looked at the cockerel being the male chicken. Now every time is similar. The slight difference between each time and every time is that every time focuses on all the times something happens. So the chickens thought every time food was thrown into their barn. In a sense, the meaning is really the same. It's simply that our attention is drawn with each to individual occurrences, which cover all occurrences, but every draws our attention to just all of them without thinking about them individually. But they tend to have a similar effect on the listener or the reader. At any time that means all times are possible. Come to my farm and see my chickens at any time that you want. This could be shortened to simply any time, informally. Come to my farm and see my chickens any time you want. And in the instance that. In the instance that means in one specific time, but which could recur. So let's look at the example to understand this more. In the instance that a chicken sits on her eggs, do not disturb her. So if you see this once, if you see a chicken sitting on her eggs once, do not disturb her. But the next time and the next time and the next time, also do not disturb her. It's something we expect to be repeated, and in the instance that focuses on each of these individual occurrences. If you see this, do this, and the same again anytime you see this. Now for subordinators of reason. Words such as and because and since are good for introducing reasons in a subordinating clause. But maybe you want more than just that. Well, perhaps try some of these alternatives. In that introduces the reason for a suggestion. It was an excellent sofa in that it was good for relaxing on. So in that here kind of justifies the point that we made in the main clause. It was an excellent sofa, and now I'm going to give an example or explain the reason why I think that it was an excellent sofa in that it was good for relaxing on. Seeing that. Seeing that shows that an action has been influenced by another. Seeing that no one was sitting on the sofa, I decided to sit there myself. On account of is followed by a noun, and it's got a similar meaning to because of, but when you use on account of, there's some extra consideration that you've put into it. Don't get up on account of my needs. So don't think about what I need too much. Don't get up just because you're thinking about what I need. Don't consider it in that way. Often on account of is used in a more formal sense, perhaps when presenting evidence or writing a report. So it's not particularly informal, but it can be used in any sense if it's the right thing to use. And in the light of, similar to on account of, it's a bit more formal, used in report writing, used perhaps when presenting evidence in a court situation. In the light of represents a decision based upon something recent. I need to sit down in the light of the bad news I've just heard. So bad news has come to me recently. So in the light of that, I do something else. I need to sit down. In the light of introduces the reason for sitting down here. Subordinators of purpose include so that or in order that. To be more advanced, you could say for the purpose of, which introduces why something is done. I'm wearing this suit for the purpose of looking smart. That's why I did it. In the hope means something is done intending this outcome. I looked at older clothes in the hope of finding a bargain. So here I have some sort of desire for the future, some sort of prediction. The main clause is I looked at the older clothes, and I give my purpose for that. Well, it's because I have this intention, this desire, this hope, this foresight, perhaps, in the hope. In the hope of goes with a noun. You could say in the hope that to go with a clause afterwards. With the intention of introduces the planned effect of an action. They entered the shop with the intention of buying a new outfit. And with a view to introduces a future plan based on the main clause. She bought a dress with a view to wearing it at the wedding. So she did this on one day, and the purpose was for another day in the future. Next, subordinators of result, which can include phrases with so and such. It was such a great day that everyone stayed to the end. So such a followed by a noun, and that can introduce a result. So with an adjective, and that could also introduce a clause, which is a subordinated clause. But there are other ways too, for example, with the consequence that, which presents the direct result of a situation. Now, we've got some snow symbols on the screen, so we're going to focus on being cold and snowy. The wind changed direction with the consequence that it got cold. So that's the direct result of the wind changing direction. Resulting in, followed by a noun, indicates the final outcome. The snow fell at night, resulting in all of the roads being blocked. And leading to, with a noun, introduces the effect of the main clause. So demand for energy was high, leading to power shortages. Similar to resulting in, but leading to has more a cause-effect relationship. One thing happens, this causes the next, leading to the next. And which in turn introduces a result coming as a natural sequence. Many people bought new coats, which in turn boosted the economy. There's that sense of sequence. First of all, people bought things. Next, the economy improved. Subordinators can come with adjective clauses, often called relative clauses. Now, we're used to words such as which, who, whom, any relative pronoun, when, where, and so on. But we can do something else with some of these relative pronouns as follows. In which or in whom. So we use a preposition before the word which when it's a thing or an item, or whom when it's just talking about a person in the main clause. Look at the example for in which. London is a city in which you can easily get lost. So this introduces the location or situation of something. Where can you easily get lost? In London. So in which creates the subordinator that links the information to what came before. Similarly, at which goes with the place where something occurs. Meet me in the nearest place at which the bus stops. So at is more specific. It's pointing at a place. In looks at a place more generally. At looks at a specific location. For which is an alternative to the structure which followed by the clause followed by for. For being a reason word. So for which is like the reason which. London buses are a form of transport for which we are grateful. We could have said which we are grateful for. But no matter which way you say it, for which means the reason which. London buses are a form of transport. We are grateful for this reason. And of which or of whom. And these link the main noun to the information after. The royal family, of which many people travel to see, live here. Now, because it's a family, we could also have said of whom, because we're talking about people. Now we're going to move on to conjunctive adverbs. These are a little bit different to subordinators. Subordinators and coordinators join two clauses together, but conjunctive adverbs, they don't join the sentences together. They keep sentences separate, but create a connection from one sentence to another, usually the sentence before. Now, when we're talking about conjunctive adverbs for similarity, you may have used also or furthermore. But we can also use in a similar manner, and this indicates similarity to the previous idea. The beach is full in July, sentence 1. In a similar manner, so is the next beach. So here, in a similar manner, doesn't join the first sentence to the second sentence, but what it does is it creates a connection between the two. The second sentence is linked to the first sentence in the way described by the conjunctive adverb phrase here, in a similar manner. Also in the same vein, which means a similar style or manner to the previous. The sunbeds are red. In the same vein, the cafes are painted red too. So there's some connection in terms of style here. Here the theme is red, being the similarity between both parts. Equally is also used as a conjunctive adverb of similarity. It introduces a point of the same value as the previous. People from Germany come here, full stop, equally, comma, the Spanish travel here. So there's a similarity between what the Germans and the Spanish do. And by the same token. This means the same way or reason. Look at the example here related to holidays again. The hotels are full. By the same token, the restaurants are all booked. Now conjunctive adverbs of contrast. However is perhaps the most used conjunctive adverb of contrast. If you want to show that one sentence is going in a different direction to the sentence before, however is commonly used. And it's okay to use it a lot, but you might want some alternatives sometimes. Similarly, although is used a lot. But there are other ways that we can express the same thing in different words. For instance, by contrast. By contrast introduces an idea taking a different direction. The uncle's family is rich. By contrast, their aunt's family is poor. So the second idea is in a different direction to the first. The first one, rich. The second, poor. Conversely introduces something opposite. We always eat together. Conversely, the neighbours eat separately. Two opposite things. And on the flip side is a really useful phrase to learn in fluent speech. It does tend to be quite informal, so that you know not to use it formally. And this means an alternative idea or point of view. I enjoy seeing my family. On the flip side, I like some time on my own. So if you're discussing something, weighing up two ideas, on the flip side can move from one set of ideas to the other side of ideas. Okay, conjunctive adverbs of result, therefore and as a result are the more basic ones, but we can also use hence, which is a more formal version of therefore. Too many cars are on the road, hence travel times have increased. Or accordingly, which introduces a natural or obvious consequence of something. Taxis are very cheap in this city, accordingly many people use them. So it's a natural consequence of the taxis being cheap. It's saying a little bit more than just the result. It's saying that this is obviously going to be the result, accordingly. Correspondingly introduces a related result. Road improvements were made correspondingly, traffic improved. There was a relationship between the two parts leading to that particular result. And on that account means an occurrence for the reason mentioned. Buses were on strike. On that account, many people walked to work. So on that account here introduces a separate sentence with a connection to the first sentence. So the first sentence was the reason why the second bit happened. And now for conjunctive adverbs of restating. We often use words such as in other words, meaning I'm going to explain the same thing as before, often to make it simpler. Perhaps someone didn't understand the first time. You notice that, so you say, In other words, we'll do this. Advanced ways of restating include to put it another way. To put it another way is similar to in other words, but less formal. I spent too much money shopping. To put it another way, I'm broke. In essence, restates the key issue behind an idea. I bought fruit and vegetables. In essence, I only bought healthy food. So the main idea was I bought healthy food. I'm kind of summarising the details here. And in simpler terms means to restate something more simply. The supermarket is full of produce sources from sustainable and ethical environments. In simpler terms, it neither exploits farmers nor the environment. I'm trying to make it more simple for my listener. Do you know how to turn a simple sentence like this into a sentence with advanced English grammar like this? It's all to do with adding advanced clauses. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to write an advanced English sentence by using all of the main clauses and phrases that we use. Let's start with the basics and then make it harder later. Let's start with the simplest sentence. She won. This has a subject and a verb. Some verbs don't have anything after them, and this is all we have, subject and verb. But most verbs require something to follow them. For example, she won a medal, subject, verb, object. Here, the subject does an activity. The activity is won, and then the activity affects the object. What did she win? She won a medal. We can also have subject, verb and adverbial. Here the adverbial gives extra information either about the verb or the whole sentence before. So she won. How did she win? Well, she won in a record time. So in a record time describes the whole of the rest of the sentence. Or we can have subject, verb, complement. She is the champion. Here, the champion describes the subject. So she is the champion, the subject, verb, complement. The complement tells us more about the subject. Let's make our sentence longer though. So our original sentence was, she won a medal. Now let's turn it into a compound sentence. In a compound sentence, we have two parts, two different clauses. She won a medal and her partner won a trophy. So we have the clause, she won a medal. Now a clause is any combination that has a subject and a verb with tense in it. So she won a medal is a clause. Her partner won a trophy is a clause, and we join them together with and. We can make these types of sentences with two clauses or more, which are called compound sentences, using some of the words below, for, and, nor, but, or, yet, or so. But we can also make what's called a complex sentence. In a complex sentence, things are slightly different. This is the sentence we had before where we have two clauses, but we could call these both independent clauses. They could be sentences on their own. They don't have to be connected to each other. However, in a complex sentence, we have one clause which could be on its own, but another clause that doesn't make any sense unless it's attached to the independent clause. She won a medal, although there were many opponents. If we write although there were many opponents on its own, this doesn't make any sense. It depends on the independent clause to make sense. So we call it a dependent clause. So two types of sentences, compound and complex. Let's add even more to our sentence now. She won a medal, although there were many opponents, but we could also say more in this way. She won a medal, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. Notice we've added information after the opponents here, and this is called a relative clause. Let's explain more about how relative clauses make our sentences more complex. So we have two types of relative clause. We have what's called a restrictive clause, Look at the example, there were many opponents who nearly beat her. Which opponents do we mean? Not all of them, only those who nearly beat her. So in this case, we are not talking about all opponents. We're talking about some of the opponents. And we need the extra information, who nearly beat her, to understand what we mean by opponents. There were many opponents. Some of them nearly beat her and some of them didn't. In this sentence, we're only focused on the ones who nearly beat her. So this is restrictive. It restricts the meaning of opponents to only a smaller number of the total opponents. Compare this with a non-restrictive clause. There were many opponents who all congratulated her. Who congratulated her? All of them. So here we're not restricting the amount of opponents. Here opponents does mean all of them. We're simply giving extra information about all of these opponents. How do we tell them apart when we're reading? Well, a non-restrictive clause will have a comma before the start of the relative clause and also at the end if it's not the end of the sentence. Also, we do not use that with non-restrictive relative clauses. Relative clauses can use relative pronouns to introduce them. Who, what, which, where, when. That could replace who or which in a restrictive clause. So I could have said, there were many opponents that nearly beat her. But it cannot replace the relative pronoun in the non-restrictive clause. I could not say there were many opponents that all congratulated her. That would be a mistake. And by the way, if you're wondering whether this is an adjective clause or not, some people teach relative clauses as an adjective clause. They are two names for the same thing. There's no difference between a relative clause and an adjective clause. One thing you can do with relative clauses is you can sometimes leave the relative pronoun out, and there are some specific rules on how to do this. Here are a list of some instances where you can leave the relative clause out. When you have the object, then the subject, and then the verb. What do I mean by this? Well, here the relative pronoun is the object, who. Then we have a new subject for the relative clause, she, and then the verb managed. What does who mean here? Who really means the opponent. It's the object of the main clause before. In this case, we can leave who out. We could say there were many opponents who she managed to beat, but we could also say there were many opponents she managed to beat without who. In the next example, we could also leave out some of the words. When we have the verb to be in the relative clause with a prepositional phrase. Look at the example. There were many opponents who were running behind her. Now, behind is a preposition introducing her, a prepositional phrase. We have the verb to be after the relative pronoun. Who were. Were is the past of to be. In this instance, we can leave who were out. We could say there were many opponents who were running behind her, or we could also say there were many opponents running behind her without who were. One more type of clause where we can do that is when you have the subject followed by a passive form. In the example at the bottom of the page here, we have a passive in the relative clause. There were many opponents who were beaten by me. So here, who is the subject of the relative clause because it comes immediately before the verb phrase, so it must be grammatically the subject. Were beaten is a passive form. We have the verb to be followed by the past participle. Here we could use the full form. There were many opponents who were beaten by me, but we could also leave out who were and simply say there were many opponents beaten by me. Now, there are some instances where you cannot leave out the relative pronoun. If you have the relative pronoun as the subject followed by to be followed by an adjective, you have to say everything. There were many opponents who were tired. We can't say there were many opponents tired. Also, if it's the subject and the verb, there were many opponents who sprinted to the line. So here, who is the subject, sprinted is the verb. It's not to be, we have to say them all. We cannot leave it out. With non-restrictive clauses, we normally cannot shorten these. We normally have to say them in full. For example, there were many opponents who all congratulated her. We cannot leave out the word who here. But there is one case where you can leave out words with a non-restrictive clause. And again, that's when you use the passive. There were many opponents who were all beaten by her. Were and beaten is our passive phrase. We put all in the middle to add extra meaning to beaten, but it's still a passive because we have to be followed by the past participle. Here we can leave out who were, and we could say there were many opponents all beaten by her. Now we're going to add another clause. Let's leave behind relative clauses. We're going to keep the relative clause in this sentence and we're going to build it a little bit more. This time we're going to add an adverb clause. Look at the beginning of the sentence. Because she ran so fast, she won a medal, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. Look at how long our sentence is getting already, but we've got a long way to go yet. So the adverb clause here is because she ran so fast. Adverb clauses tell us how, why, where, when, to what degree, or under which conditions, about the rest of the sentence or the main verb. They can go before or after a clause. In our first example, because she ran so fast comes before the main clause, she won a medal. And don't forget, she won a medal is still our main clause. Everything else has just been added on. However, it could also go after a clause. In the example below, we have an adverb clause which tells us where. She won a medal where the track ended. This is an adverb clause because it describes the whole sentence. It doesn't just describe a medal here. It doesn't tell us more about the medal, so it's not a relative clause. It's telling us about the whole activity of the sentence, and it comes after the main clause here. She won a medal. Where did it happen? Where the track ended. Our sentence can get longer, still get longer. Here's another extension. Here's the sentence so far. We're using because as our adverb clause, and here's another addition, a reporting clause. Because she ran so fast, she won a medal, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her, the newspapers wrote. What's happened here? Well, we have added a clause which reports information, or it's taking a step back and saying how someone else reports it. This is a clause that has full tense in it. The verb wrote is a past simple verb. If it was happening now, we would say the newspapers are writing. So it does take tense and therefore it is a clause. Again, it could go at the end or the start of the sentence. If we put it at the start, we could say this. The newspapers wrote that because she ran so fast, she won a medal, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. Here we use that to join the reporting clause to the rest of the sentence we've developed, and we'll come back to that clauses at the end of the video, so wait for that. Now we're going to add a phrase. What's the difference between a phrase and a clause? We'll come to that in a moment. So far our sentence looks like this. Let's add another combination of words to it. This time it's a phrase, a participle phrase at the beginning of the sentence. Impressed by her performance, The newspapers wrote that because she ran so fast, she won a medal, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. Impressed by her performance is a participle phrase. It's a phrase and not a clause because the verb does not take tense. Here, impressed is always impressed. It doesn't matter if it's past, present or future, perfect or simple or continuous. It's a participle form. There are two choices for the participle, either the past participle impressed, or you could in some circumstances use the present participle, which is the ing form, but it doesn't work here for reasons I'll explain now. So what does a past participle phrase do? It can be an adverbial for the whole sentence. It can be a reduced passive. And that's what we have here. Impressed by her performance really means they were impressed by her performance. It could be a shortened if condition, and it could be something that happened before the main clause. But in all of these cases, the past participle phrase introduces something that affects what comes afterwards. So they were impressed by her performance. So what did they do as a result? The newspapers wrote about it. So who do we mean? Who was impressed by her performance? Well, it's referring to the subject of the next clause, the newspapers. So literally what we mean is the newspapers were impressed. Therefore, the newspapers wrote about it. But we can reduce the passive here to make it a participle phrase. We can also have present participle phrases. Again, these are adverbial in nature because they say something about the rest of the sentence, or they have a special relationship with the rest of the sentence. The different possibilities are here. It could be that we're introducing the result of an action or the reasons for an action. And here, this is in our example here, we are introducing the reasons for an action. Knowing it was an interesting story, that gives the reason why they wrote about the story. It can also describe an activity at the same time as the main clause, or give more information on the subject of the main clause. By the way, I should point out here that the newspapers refers to the people who write the newspapers. We're not talking about a piece of paper writing something. The newspapers is the company of people who write newspapers. Sometimes we talk about them like that. Sometimes we also say journalists. But another way of saying journalist is to call them just simply the newspapers, as if that's their job. There are also other participle phrases, for example, having followed by a past participle. And these introduce a clause with a past or perfect effect. So look at the example here. Having discovered the story, the newspapers wrote about it. So the newspapers wrote about it. This was caused by having discovered the story. Having discovered the story came first, and that led to an effect. And the effect here was the newspapers wrote about it. Normally, the subject in a participle phrase is the same as the main clause, but it can have its own subject in certain conditions, such as with sense verbs. For example, she saw her opponents running behind her. Here, running is a present participle, and it has its own subject, her opponents. So it can be a bit confusing here. You would expect after a noun, if you have a verb, that verb would take tense. But here it doesn't. It's a present participle. How do we know? Because she saw. Saw is a sense verb, and afterwards we can have a phrase that has its own subject followed by the participle. We can add defining information too. Here is our sentence so far. Now let's add some extra definitions to some of the words. Here we're going to add some words in the middle. So, impressed by her performance, the newspapers wrote that because she ran so fast, she won a medal, the prize for victory, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. The prize for victory. This describes what? It describes the word medal. This is called an appositive phrase. This is where you have a noun phrase that gives extra information about the noun before it. It's a little bit like a non-restrictive clause, but it's just a noun phrase. She won a medal, the prize for victory. When do we use this appositive phrase? We normally use it when the word we use perhaps isn't obvious to the reader or listener. In this case, we probably didn't need it because most people know what a medal is. But I'm giving you an example of what it would look like. If you were not sure if the reader or listener understood the medal, or if you wanted to emphasize a feature of the medal that you think is important, then you can add this appositive phrase, a little noun phrase separated from the rest of the sentence by commas coming immediately after the noun you want to describe. It is possible to use a present participle in this appositive phrase. For example, the medal now hanging from her neck was golden. It has the same effect. It tells us more about the medal. Here it tells us where it is. Here's another way of adding details to words. Here's our sentence so far. Now we're going to add more information after the words her performance. Impressed by her performance in the Olympics. What's happened here? Well, we're giving more information about the word performance. How do we do this? By adding a noun phrase, or should I say, turning her performance into a longer noun phrase. Noun phrases take a main noun and then add information to them to say more about them. In front of the main noun, you could add an article. Whether you say a performance or the performance makes a big difference to what you mean by the word performance. A determiner or an adjective. All of those things tell us more about the noun, but they come before. But we can also add words after the noun in a noun phrase. We can add a preposition phrase, which is what we have here, in the Olympics. Where was the performance? In the Olympics. So the preposition phrase here tells us more about the noun performance. We can also add a relative clause, which we've seen before, or a to plus infinitive clause. All of these will lead to a longer noun phrase. And we can also combine more than one of these. We can have all of them together in the same noun phrase. And some parts we can even repeat. You can have as many preposition phrases added onto each other as you want, but don't add too many because it will make the sentence confusing. The complexity is going to increase even more. Here's our sentence so far. Let's add something to the end. Impressed by her performance in the Olympics, the newspapers wrote that because she ran so fast, she won a medal, the prize for victory, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. How she runs so fast is a mystery. And the words in red are what we call a noun clause. Look at the extra words in red at the bottom again. How she runs so fast is a mystery. Now, what's the grammatical construction of the sentence? Is the main verb here. A mystery is the object. So what is the subject? Well, here it's actually all of the underlined words. How she runs so fast. It's a noun clause because it has a clause for the purpose of the noun. It has a subject in the form of a clause. So why would we do this? Well, it emphasises the meaning of the question word. How she runs so fast. In what way does she run so fast? We could have simplified this by simply saying her fast running, her speed. But we want to emphasize that there is a mystery involved. The mystery is, well, how? How does she do this? How does she run so fast? How she runs so fast? Well, that is a mystery. So we have a clause here for the subject. We can make noun clauses with any question word. WH words followed by a clause, or how followed by a clause. Look here, we have how, then a clause. She runs so fast. She is the subject of the noun clause and runs is the verb of the noun clause. Put it all together and you have one noun clause acting as a subject for a longer clause. Is a mystery. And the noun clause reflects an emphasis on the meaning of the question word. So if we said when, we'd be focusing on the time. If we said where, we'd be focusing on the place. Let's add one last clause before we finish. Here's our sentence so far. It's one sentence, although it's so long with so many different clauses and phrases. And now let's add a that clause to the end. Impressed by her performance in the Olympics, the newspapers wrote that because she ran so fast, she won a medal, the prize for victory, although there were many opponents who nearly beat her. How she runs so fast is a mystery that I cannot explain. So we have a clause at the end. The clause here describes mystery, beginning with that. And you can see it's a full clause afterwards. I cannot explain, subject verb, a that clause. There are many ways in which we can make a that clause in English. Let's go through the most significant ones now. You can use a that clause as a direct object in a sentence. She knew that I could not explain it. She is the subject, knew is the verb. That I could not explain it is the object. Let's think of some alternatives here. She knew a way. She knew an idea. A way, an idea, take the object. Here we've replaced it with a longer phrase that has the same idea as an object of the sentence. She knew that I could not explain it. We can also have it as a subject complement. The fact is that I could not explain it. So here, that I could not explain it tells me more about the subject, which was the fact. Which fact? Oh, the fact that I could not explain. So here the that clause is a complement for the subject, which is the fact. It can also be an adjective complement. I am pleased that you won. So I is the subject, am is the verb, pleased, that's the adjective that describes I, it's the complement of I, and then that you won tells us more about why you are pleased. So that you won is added onto the adjective. And you can also have a noun complement, which is a relative clause, which we looked at earlier. And that's the example we have here in this long sentence above. A mystery that I cannot explain. So here, that I cannot explain describes the word mystery. And finally, this is not used very often, but you can do this grammatically and still be correct. You can use a that clause as a subject. That I cannot explain is surprising. You won't hear this very often, it's not used much, but if you read a lot of English literature, you will see people use a that clause as the subject of the whole sentence. Basically, it means this topic, this idea, this subject. What's the topic or the subject? Well, it's I cannot explain, and it's surprising.